Okay, hello, should be live. Inventory. No, not inventory. So we are making a map plugin instead. I don't know what to call it. I want to say like Hexagons. Hexagon. Hexagons. I don't know why, but my brain says 2D hexagons are hexagons. But like all hexagons are 2D. So what we're going for. So the idea is that we're going to basically like make the hexagons not have to be hexagons. They can be the shape, like not the shapes, like they can be skewed as well. So they're not just going to be pure hexagons, like a pure hexagon grid. So we're going to cd dot slash create hexagons. So we're going to cargo init dash dash lib. Right, hexagons, hexagon library. So get rid of that and call it good. So how do I set this up? I think I'd go to here and I'd take the same dependencies, which is Bevy at 18 no default features. The idea of no default features is we don't want to force anyone using our crate to have to like use all of the everything in Bevy. So the idea is if we turn everything but the bare minimum off, we can turn on specifically what we need. Then I don't remember how to do this. So we have our dev dependencies, which is this. And the dev dependencies are just so that when I write my little example, I'm going to copy. We're going to here, we're going to rename you to basic map. You'll need some assets, new file, new folder, assets. We're going to have to open it. I think it's, we reveal and explore here. Don't sort by name, sort by size. Extra large, sort by size. So we have X sheet, summer morning, summer day, summer dusk, summer night. And something tells me that's all of them. I don't know why they're called summer. That implies that there is a winter version, but it's control C, it's a hex. There's also the dusk, night, hexagon, hexagon, hexagon. Yeah, so there's only the 4 of those. We're just going to take these as being like sheets that we can do. If we go to the git ignore and be like the same thing and being like, what? No. Text hexagons. Right. We go to assets and we go file. And then we paste all those in. These are going to be our sheets, I guess. Just for like testing purposes again. So not entirely sure why. I think these are just different parts of the same. I'm assuming they're supposed to be like doing something interesting with that. Anyway, day, and then we'll have to work out the size, maybe. Maybe I don't. Maybe I just need to specify the amount. Yeah, not entirely sure. Okay, so then we go in here and we just say, hey, get rid of that. The GUI plugin can stay. We're going to use Bevy prelude like that. We can add the filter. We probably don't need the poly inventory stuff. So we have the filter, then we add the plugin, which just has the filter. The GUI plugin, the world inspector. Then we get rid of all the other code, like so. Bring in the plot plugin. So this should then. We need a spawn camera app.add system startup. Spawn camera. So this should just like make us just a very basic like example, so that I can run and be like, hey, is it working? So yeah, okay, cool. So first things first is we probably want to say something like mod map. And also maybe mod style. Because I do like the idea of having styling be a thing that you can do. Style mod. Actually, yeah, I want you to be your own thing as well. Thank you. Right, and then we're going to be like mod cell. Right, so I guess we start with the style. I don't think I'm going to go with assets this time. I think style is going to be more like we have a default style. So pub struct hex. We could call it a map style. Right. So is there a map style? We'll need like cell size, which is actually going to be a vec2 because I want to be able to squish hexagons. Pointy is bull. So the pointy being that when you do hexagon grids, very loud game, you can have flat bottom hexagons or pointy bottom hexagons, and it changes how the math works. So we'll have that pub use wait, no pub, just use. Right, so we have a map style, and then map style is going to be derive component and also resource. That I think works. So we need a pub no, like plugin. I'm gonna have this is gonna be a hex map plugin. Right, and then this is going to app.init resource style map style. The idea is that map style is not from mob. Impl. I think we'll just go with default for now. So not entirely sure what my brain's doing. But the idea of this is that, again, like I like the idea of being like there's a default, and if you provide the default, we use the default, and then also you can override on any specific thing. It's just a way of like labeling stuff, I guess. The main reason for doing this is I want to be able to have like different sized maps and stuff like that. So we have cell, and so we're going to go like mod cell, no, struct. So use Bevy prelude, like so. We're going to say struct, pub struct hex cell. Right. So we have our hex cell, and then our hex cell is going to have an position cells, which is going to mute cells. Is going to query any hex cell with a transform. The main reason because I theoretically could say that these require a transform, but I actually like the idea of not necessarily forcing you to use hex cells as locations, but if you give it a transform, it is a location. So I think we also maybe like option child of. Right, and then we're going to go, we need the fallback style, which is a res map style. Can you bring that in, please? Thank you. I think we need to start building our prelude. So we need to be like, keep it at the top. Easy to find that way. Pub mod prelude. Which then pub use plugin, pub use. I also like doing this, which is like pub use prelude, like that. So we have we always start from the crate. So it's crate hex and then crate style map style. Okay, so we have our fallback map style. So you're going to use crate. Okay, so we have our fallback, and then we're going to have styles, which is going to be a query for map styles. Okay. So we're going to go like But see, the issue with that is each of these is going to have their own style. I feel like iterating through every I guess it would be here we'd say changed. Hexel. Hexel, we also want to like give it reflect. And I want to go up to here and be like config debug assertions register hex map cell. Apparently cell is not public, so we want to go to here. I want to go like pub use Excel map Excel. So that registers the type, which means that we can use it in the inspector. We can see what it does. Anyway, so we get a cell. We go, okay, position cells. So cells query. Okay, fallback cell. So style query map cell. I don't know if I want to be doing this all the time. I guess we're only doing it for the hex cells that change. So I was going like I could get like the parent, work out the thing, and then check the children, but that's actually probably even slower. So we're going to say for cell transform parent in. We're going to say let style equal if let some parent and our parent equals parent, and I guess it would be called map, and yep, and styles dot get map dot parent, or I guess let some style equals. There's a better way of doing that. I just don't remember what it is. Ah, it must be okay. Right. So that's how we get our style. I think there's a better way. I think we can like let style equals map parent dot and then right. I think and then is like returns none if option is none, otherwise calls f p, and then we say like and then you say like styles.get p.ok unwrap fallback. That seems like a much more concise way of saying, hey, get the style. Right. Then we need to import hex cell. Sure. New we'll get like x 2xy, which takes in self, and I think we need size. Because I don't think it's just as simple as scaling. I think it's like you actually need to scale both axes weirdly, and you end up with this like weird thing. But maybe not. Maybe it is just like as simple as multiplying it afterwards. So then you would say that position dot extend transform dot translation dot z transform dot translation equals position. Okay, so we go back to map style and we say, hey, these are both. Okay, yeah, I guess this would take in style. To x. Wait, no, this one's not public. XY point, and this just takes in self and size. And this one is fn to xy flat. Don't know if these are the right numbers. They look kind of right, but maybe. So this just seems to be scaling them directly, but I don't know if that's true. And then this is going to be like inline always. Then we just pass in the style. Right. Then we have to go back to here, go here and be like, app dot plugin, and there's like a map plugin. That's how that works. We go back to here and we say fn plugin takes in app. I use Bevy prelude. Thank you. Right. I don't think you return anything. I think you just take in. You use a function that takes in. I guess you would register the hex cell rather than you. So we go back to here. We go back to here. hey, register that, please. So you do that, you're private, which means we like pub crate. Is it this? No. How do I do that? I'm sure. Yeah. Okay, that's how you do it. Right. So then we have to go back to, I guess, our example, and go fm spawn test map, which, like, I guess takes in new commands and say like, hell yeah. Okay. So that's not how that works, but anyway, we're gonna go for, yeah, cool. We need to give them, like, I guess cells, so we need to be like, sprite like dot default, and then be like, custom size, some, just make them like splats like that. Then you have to go up here and be like, use text on prelude. Apparently Hexagon's not in the prelude. Use create hex cells. So then when I run this, it's going to take a while because, oh no, apparently not. It must, because it's all like probably compiled in here. Yeah, it's not going to do anything because I forgot to add the thing. So we spawn camera and we spawn test map. So we run that. So it should use the default layout, which is just going to result in a bunch of like squares. I don't know if the AI got the right math. It's got math kind of weird sometimes. Well, apparently they're all at 0, 0. Where the hell is the cell? Why did you not get got by the math then? We spawned all the cells. Oh, because we never added the function. Add systems update position so cells update. Yeah, that's a much better name for it, thank you. Cells update cell transform. Keep things nice and private. Okay, so now when I run this, they should be scattered out because hexagons. Okay, still not scattered out. You're 5-5. Why did you not get moved? Why are you not getting moved? Can I please get you to print that you're doing something? Why are you not doing anything? Oh, does it? No, Sprite requires a transform, right? You guys have a transform? Yes. Is it because there's something happening? Like, is the ordering happening? That doesn't make any sense, honestly. Identity. Why is it not running? Did I put it in the wrong place? Oh, wait, I'm not adding the fucking plugin, am I? Hexmap plugin. That would explain why it's not updating their positions. It's never actually used. Hey. Right, that's looking like the correct thing. We just need to make the hexagons the right size now. Alright, so we're spacing them 32 by 32 apparently, so we use flat 32, which should make them take up the full space. We are going to need to scale them correctly. Now I gotta remember how to do like the sprite stuff. So annoyingly, this is game related things more than it is hexagon related stuff. So we're going to say like struct hex icons, which is then going to be a vector handles, a vector of what? Handle image. Okay, and then we come down here and we say import from world for this, and then we do that, and we go to here, and then we say that the hex icons is a resource. We're going to go like enum hexagon. I guess we look at our asset and we go, so we have deep water, sand, grass, forest. We'll start with. Right, so we have water, deep, water, grass, sand, grass, forest, hill. I guess that's mountain, town. Mountain, town, lab, ruins, cabin, castle. Okay. An interesting direction to take that one. So ruins, cabin, city, wall maybe? Hello, welcome to the stream. Yeah, yes. So I guess we'll just do that top row. So this needs to like have like equal par equal hash and stuff like that. And then you become a hash map. Like that of hex type and then handle image. We're going back here again and we want to use like rand. No, it's not dependency, the crate rand. Okay. So down here somewhere we're going to be like app.init resource hex icons. Then hex icons needs to actually like, you know, do its thing, which is to be like I think I want to bring strum in just because I'm kind of lazy. Maybe I should be doing this in game because there's like actual things that like will benefit me later, but anyway. strum macros and strum. Okay, so we're gonna go here and go like, hey, can you go like strum macros enum iter for hex in hex type iter. Okay, so we're going to say let root equal, maybe. I feel like I'm missing something because there's a way you do it with sprites and you go it's like the image, and that would be like, so we're gonna go like let RNG equal rand RNGs standard RNG from seed. Nope. It's from U64. Just give it a state of 0. Go like that. Thank you. So we have that, and then we're going to say let type or hex type equal hex type hex equals hex type iter collect vec, like that, and then we say hex type equals hexes dot choose, and then mute RNG dot expect hexes not empty. Hex list not empty. Okay, so we choose a hexagon, and then we say let image layout equals you need to bring in hexagon res hex icons. Only finished project I came up with 2D Cellular Automata engines of lifestyle rings and my advice for starting off with Bevy is to do something like that. So you've already done it once, would be like do it again. As a like that means you're actually learning Bevy and you're not learning the task, as opposed to like a lot of people go like, oh, I want to learn Bevy by doing something that I've never done before, and it's like, well, then you don't know if you're struggling with Bevy or if you're struggling to do the thing that you did. Like I made Minecraft clones and all sorts of stuff in Bevy because I'm like, oh, I know how to do these. Like I've seen enough videos of that. Like it's not that I don't know how to make a voxel engine. It's that I don't know how to make a voxel engine in Bevy, and you'll see like I'm the more I learn Bevy, I take different approaches to making voxel engines. But my very first one was very much like, how do I get out of Bevy so that I can do how I know how to do a voxel engine to get it back into Bevy? So like that's my way of learning, is to just like pick a big project, an ambitious project, and work on that, which usually results in me like crashing out because I don't know if it's the project that I'm struggling with or Bevy that I'm struggling with. Usually it's the project. I pick way too big things. Yeah, so like like, yeah, do that. And like, the thing is like, you can do it and do it like, if you want, like, because again, it depends on how well you know things and how much you want to do research versus just trialing first. Is you could start by just like doing a grid layout, like just laying out hexagons yourself, like images, like I'm doing. Like, so I comment add enough of this so that it can compile. Okay. What else am I still missing? Can you just like? Oh, I've. Why do you not work? Strum macros. Hmm. Into? No. Why are you not working? Required by the bounds. Fused iterator. Strum macros. Okay. Apparently we're just going to get rid of that. I legitimately have no idea why that's not working. We're just going to get rid of that. If I just run this. So like, you can do it like this where, so I've written a bit of code and it places the hexagons in the right space. So I spawn a grid of hexagons and then it automatically lays out the hexagons. You could do that, and then you could write code that like basically runs through once per frame, or you could even fixed tick. Like you could, Bevy has a fixed update, so you could do every fixed update. It goes through. Yeah, I would 100% use sprites. 2D meshes, from what I understand, are way slower than sprites because you have to do mesh stuff, whereas sprites, I think it still renders them as meshes, like because GPU's triangles fast. But like, if you're using a mesh that's a square, Bevy doesn't know that you're only spawning square meshes. Whereas when it's doing sprites, it knows that they're only square meshes. So it'll actually like do a whole bunch of optimization. So you will get way better performance doing sprites than you will doing like meshes that are squares. But yeah, so spawn a grid. Then I would probably like have each grid have a component that's like alive or dead. You might need a map because that's one of those things. So you can use Bevy's hook system. So you can be like, you can add an on-add hook so that when you add a cell entity to something, it automatically marks it into a lookup so that you can like go map get. Like I'll be doing that later if you keep watching the stream of I'm pretty implement it now because it's not that hard. So again, so we go to map and so we go pub struct hex map. So this is going to be derive resource. I'm going to make it a component as well, but that's only because mine is my system is trying to be flexible so that you can have like a global map, but you can also have like sub maps. So I'm making everything like you could do it as a resource and there's only one map, or you could do it as a component as like any sub map. Yeah, I like the logic circuit thing. I think I'm assuming it was you talking the other stream. I really want to steal that idea and like actually like make like a it's like Sebastian something did a like a logic circuit thing where you could like wire together like logic gates, and then you could turn them into more complicated logic gates and like save it, and it would like make up like I think a truth table of being like these inputs equal these outputs. So you could like work like do it on an individual logic gate level and then make a bigger gate that just like makes it more performant and also means that you don't have to like copy paste millions of things all the time. I really want to copy your like and just like actually try and implement that now. I think that'd be really cool of like trying to resolve it. I just don't know how to do it. I haven't really thought about it because I've got other like projects on the go, but I want to put that on my to-do list. Anyway, so hex map, and then we say like cells, and then we say hash map. And the hash map is going to be of two entity, which is hexcell. Then we go to hexcell, and we have to just like can we like we need you to have par equal, and then impl hash for hex cell. So it's like self.q. No, it's state dot write u64 self dot q shifted 32 ord with self dot I don't actually think that's the best hash for it, but there's definitely like a thing you can do to make it hash faster because you're just hashing a single value instead of anyway. St hash. Yeah, so I'm trying to remember what his name is. It's Sebastian something. He does coding adventures. And he made one that was like really cool, where it just started like he wanted to learn logic gates. So he built his own Sebastian Liege. Anyway, so he's got. Whoop, I just copied the URL of the fucking YouTube video. That's funny. I don't want to play his video because I don't want to get copyright strike. But so like he could wire up the like inputs, and inputs are like something that the program feeds in. Then you have the logic gates where they have their inputs and their outputs, and then you have the outputs, which is what it. So you could then like turn this into a block. So this is the flip flop. He like. I don't know if it's, this must be an earlier video. So he actually like the flip flop he doesn't give you. He wired the flip flop out of and or not gates. He made a flip flop, and then because the flip flop has two inputs and an output, like it actually knows how to do it, calculate it, I guess. So like it sims the flip flop to work out what the output of the flip flop should be. It's such a cool little system. Yeah. Well, that's the fun thing about like something like Bevy is that like theoretically you could actually come up with just as clean of an input because Bevy has all the flex layout. The hardest bit would just be making the original like shapes to get it to drop in. But like all the curvy lines are like you could algorithmically make curvy lines. You just need like a handful of shapes to put together in the first place. So pubstruct hex maps. So we have our cells, and then we want to go something like fn on add. Wait, this is on add, which takes in mute world deferred world. No, wait, it's not world. Third world. CTX is hook context. So then we were like, let cell equals not context get. It's world dot get self so dereference that, but also like expect is self on that. That's just my way of being like, I'm fucking lazy. I don't want to have to like check to see if it exists because there's never a time that it won't exist. So we get that reference and dereference it. You are not apparently clone and copy. We need to be clone and copy. So we do this, we grab the cell, and then we want to go if let sum parent equals world dot get child of ctx dot entity dot. Right, so we get that, and then we say else if world dot let some map I want to say mute map maybe equals world dot get resource mute hex map dot add cell. We'll work that out in a second. Else I guess we'll warn hex entry was added, hex cell added to hex cell spawned without global map resource. Okay. So you do that, and you know, hey, you spawned a cell without a global map, and then otherwise we go here and then we say, hey, if let some mute map equals world dot get mute hex map parent map dot add cell hex cell spawned as child of non map entity. See, my thing is I don't actually know if I want to force that, because I do like theoretically have it so that you don't have to add it to that. But in theory, what this does is every time you add a hex map, it'll automatically add the map to the lookup. So you can be like here and be like import hex map pub new add cell hex cell. Right, we had to actually tell it cell and ctx.entity. So in theory, I want to like allow it to have multiple layering. So what we'll do is we'll just make this a vector, and then or insert with cool. Okay. So that would in theory then mean that every time you added we need to set this up, we need to go, hey, you not reflect component on add self on add. So this means that every time we add this component to something, we run this piece of code on it, and that just goes, hey, get yourself out of the world. So get this particular X cell that we added. Look up if it's got a parent. Again, this is me making it extra flexible. Theoretically, if you were doing this like the Game of Life or something, you would just have a resource that is the map lookup, and then you would just know that resource exists, so you don't have to do all this checking, and also you would just always just chuck it in the resource. Mine checks to see if it has a parent. If it has a parent, is that parent a map? If it doesn't have a parent, it tries to get the map resource. Otherwise, it says, hey, you don't have the map resource. I could also, in theory, check, be all like, if cell dot, no, if world dot get, transform ctx dot entity is none, So the idea is if you don't have a transform on it, it's a marker, like you're using the hex cell for something else to indicate like what cell it's in, and it's not a visual hex. But theoretically, what this is going to do, because that's why like my map has multiple things, it's saying, hey, find me every hexagon that has every hex cell, like every entity that points at this hex cell. So it's like basically a two-way map. Because you can look up, if you find an entity with a hex cell, you can look up, you can obviously get the component, but if you go, hey, like what entities are at 0, 0, you can go here and be like, get cell entities, and this just does that. So, am I allowed to say, deref? Yeah, so like you can theoretically I could also not even return an option, I could just return like an empty slice, but anyway. So you go, hey, is there any cells, like give me all the entities that have that hex cell. And it's just like a way of like backtracking into the flat data structure. So you'll be like, hey, I need to actually know where you go. It's like a parent-child system. Anyway, so we spawn the test map, we get the icons, so I have to go back to adding all this code. But that's how I would do the game of life, because it means that like you don't have an array, every single cell is an entity, and you could then add all sorts of weird rules about like how you check where a neighbor is, because you're not actually like confined to the fact that you have an array. So you can do really cool shit like that. Anyway, I don't really need that. I really don't need that semicolon. So root. I don't know what the root. What was I even doing? Over handle. Oh, the root's the asset server.load. Wait a second. So it's, you don't return an image. So I guess you have the sheet, which is the handle of the image, and then your handles are like a texture atlas or something, right? Because the texture atlas has a handle to the layout and the index. So you just have a like a U size, was it? I don't remember. And then layout, and that's a handle to a texture atlas layout, like so. And then when we call, we are impl hex icons. I'm gonna go. I need like a place to dump shit. Do I have like? Oh, I do have Obsidian installed. I want to add that idea of adding stream topics. Game of life. Logic. Circuit. Sim. We have hex map and cell inventory, and also voxel. Right. I'm just like writing down things that I'm like, these are the things that I need to cycle through in terms of doing on stream. Just so that like I can spice things up, but also like sometimes I used to, I haven't done it in a while, but I do like a poll before I did streams and went like, hey, like so image equals server load tiles slash hex sheet summer day .png. yeah, but like having a list of things of being like, hey, these are the things that I'm supposed to be working on is just important. So then we're like let layout equal assets server dot add texture atlas layout from grid u vec. I said u vec2 new. I must have had Obsidian somewhere else on my computer because I'm pretty sure I haven't reinstalled it since I rebuilt my computer, which means it was probably just on one of my other drives and it's like detected it when, oh, there you go. So columns, I fucking can never remember. So it's columns is down and rows is across. So there are, so it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 by 6. 13 by 6. Padding is none. Offset, none. Right. I don't know how big these are, which is a little bit annoying. Up. I've zoomed really far in. So I guess what we need to do is go like, can I see your properties, please? No, can I mean, I think if I open you in GIMP. GIMP. Nope, that's GitHub Copilot. GIMP. I really should commit more stuff to Git more often. Make it easier for people that try to follow my projects. It's hilarious because my video that has like the best like sort of like layout of like the Git follows really closely is because I wrote the whole thing and then rewrote the whole thing, going through being like step by step, be like, okay, this is what I've done, commit this to Git now, instead of like, not like actually how I made the project, it's how I went, this will make the video easy to follow. So it was like I did chapters of the video basically. No, it's create text tile summer day. I actually literally only care about the so it's, they must be 1,000. No, they're 100 because it's 13, and then whatever 456 is, but divided by 6. Calculator, 456 divided by 6, 76. So they're 100 by 76. 100 by 76. 100 by 76. Okay, so then we go, hey, iterate that. So from macros. Why are you complaining? The trait bound X type fused iterator. Okay. Use. That is, no, that didn't work. Use. Nope, that's still not working. What the fuck am I doing wrong? With a 3-step macro of you 100% can, because you can literally just write Python. I was fucking around with what was I making? Something. Oh right, it was a So I did a like a laser cutting thing of like a mascot of a bull that like somewhere nearby was doing. And like they had like a low poly bull, and so I took the drawing and I sort of sketched over it like along the polygon line, so I had like a polygon sketch of it, and then I wrote a like Python macro in GIMP to like incrementally shrink the like selected range, or it was growing, I don't remember. It was doing something like it was changing the size, then coloring it so that I get like a gradient grayscale, like where I drew the lines was black, and then like 3 pixels out it was like 90% black, and then 3 pixels further it was like 80%. So like it did a gradient outward in a way that was like I could put it in my laser slicer and then like work out how thick I wanted to make the lines by using the gradient. And I didn't know how to do that. I'm sure GIMP probably had a built-in way of doing it, but like I just wrote a macro that literally just like called the select grow and then basically selected then used the pencil in the middle of the page at like 10,000 diameter and then like basically drew the pencil, then it changed it. So like I literally just wrote a loop that did it like 15 times, and it just stepped through shrinking the selected range, changing the color, and then drawing on filling the page in by drawing on it with the pencil. It's a really dumb way of doing it, but like yeah, you can do basically anything because you just literally have access to Python and you can just write a Python script that like accesses any tool or anything. So anything you can do in Python, you can do in GIMP. Because you can literally like tell it to put the pen at a certain location, click, and then move the pen somewhere else in like a straight line. Or you could do like a curve and move it pixel by pixel, like along a curve or something. Yeah, the idea is you can basically do anything because you can program it like directly, or you could also like program, I think, like human movements in. Like you could program it as if a user clicked, or you can just set pixel color at location. Or hex. I don't know why this is not working. So first off, into enum iter is apparently defined multiple times. So why are you bitching? I don't understand what it's got a problem fucking with. The trait bound fused iterator is not satisfied. Unsatisfied trait bound. But where the fuck is hex type fused iterator coming from? Also, who's causing? Is it because I'm trying to use it, or is it something else? If I get rid of this bit, I guess we just rename this to sheet too. Do sheet layout handles. No, so it's something. Like I don't think it has anything else. All right, like enum iter debug are equal. This is what it says it needs. Honestly, not a fucking clue why that's not working. Well, that might be why. Maybe it's because they were the wrong versions. Better recompile and see if that fixes it. Apparently. Okay, apparently the strum versions were mismatched or something. I don't fucking know why that was not working. Okay, get. And it takes in self. Don't return a sprite, please. Return a handle to an image and a texture atlas. And then we say, I guess it's an option, isn't it? Because there's no guarantee that it's loaded. Self dot handles dot get reference to hex type dot map index, and then we just return self dot sheet dot clone and texture atlas. Texture atlas. It's first texture atlas. Thank you. Texture atlas. And then you go texture atlas. Layout is self.layout to clone, and index is just. Can I do this? Thank you. That does that. And then we go, hey, handles. You don't like that because thing. Okay, iter.enumerate. And then it's index and hex, and then we say hello. That's not how that works. And then we say handles insert index. Da. Okay, so this is get. So then when we go up here, we say hero, and then we say, okay, so we iterate through all the hexagon types, we collect those, then we say, hey, get the hexagon type, which is then going to be cannot borrow RNG and extract that, and then we say, hey, let the image and the atlas equals hexagons.get hex type dot okay, let sum else continue. We need to go something like error item type not found in icons. So it then goes like this, which is image atlas. Okay, so we have to go image is just image, and texture atlas is some atlas, and then that should render our thing. Yeah, maybe don't do the doom scrolling, but yeah, go rest and then be productive. The doom scrolling is probably not going to help. Like I've never had much luck with like being like, oh, I'll just scroll for a little bit. Apparently what you're supposed to do is like set like a 15-minute timer, and then every 15 minutes like reassess if you actually are enjoying, like, am I being benefited from being on social media right now? And then like apparently like builds your brain's ability to decide that actually, yeah, no, you had enough. Okay, so going back here, I'm going to say stop reading about updating the cells because we don't care. So I guess the next question becomes, they're not, well, I guess they kind of are. I feel like my, oh, wait, we can be like app.insert resource. I don't actually know what size the hexagons are supposed to be. Because obviously, like, if we look here, the physical hexagons don't fill the whole space because like the buildings and stuff can like overlap the hexagon above them. So that's fun. We need to be like, how big are the actual hexagons? The actual hexagons are, where's the little thing that tells me the size of my box? 100 by 40. Okay. So I think we insert resource and we go hexagon hex the map style. Map style. Okay, first off, this definitely needs to be renamed to hex map style, because otherwise it's like, well, map style, what the fuck is that? Okay, hex map style. So we insert the resource hex map style, and then we say vec2 new, and it's 100 by 40, and we find it if that's correct. Cell size apparently, and point is true. No, it's false. Thank you. And use default. Thank you. So when I run this might work. I don't remember how to zoom the fucking camera. Because obviously can't do it with the 2D camera. There's a way to make the camera bigger. I'm also making the hexes the wrong size, which is kind of funny. They do look like they're spaced correctly now. So I just need to actually make the physical hexes bigger, which is to say not splat. What were you? You're like, let me like new, and you're like 100 by not 40, it's 76, wasn't it? Because the idea is I need to space them out based on their size of the texture, because they will overlap. But the idea is that they, yeah, 100%. So we make the texture the right size here, but then like their spacing means that they should overlap the correct amount, because then like the next one up is the right amount up. It's just going to mean that they're not quite where you'd expect them to start. But you know, map be map. Hey, so first off, the answer is not quite. Fuck. Oh, it's okay. It's got these ones don't look right, but it's actually the wall. I think they are actually correct. I need to be able to zoom. I think I just closed my VS Code. That's funny. I would like to be able to zoom. It's very loud. I don't think you can zoom in the actual game. No, but I would like to be able to zoom. Mostly because it annoys me that I'm like trying to look at edges and I can't. So I need to stack hexagons like so they layer correctly, because what's happening at the moment is they're all on the same layer, so they're all just kind of getting stuck, I think. Possibly, I don't know. There's definitely a way to do it, but like effectively you need to be forced to put them in a certain location so that they render in the right order. So I don't remember what I was doing. I've completely drawn a blank. Zoom. I want to add like an ability to zoom. So like I can zoom camera. So like on scroll on pointer scroll. So we have to be like query transform. I don't think it's transform though, but it's like a camera, I think. I want to say like we want to be like camera. Or is it projection? Projection. Because a 3D camera, you just physically move it closer, and that's how you zoom a 3D camera. You can zoom it without moving it closer by changing the FOV. But how... I've got to not overwrite stuff people have told me to look into. How to zoom a 2D camera. Zooming in depends on software and involves viewpoint or modifying the orthographic size. Scaling the camera's viewpoint or modifying its orthographic size. Okay. So we say for mute projection, inner mute projection, if let projection is orthographic, which is 2-dimension, projection ortho dot, oh look, there's literally a scale. Times equals 1 plus scroll dot y times 1. Okay. Okay. I wonder if this will actually let me zoom or not. I mean, he's open. Can't see why it wouldn't. It's definitely the wrong way, but oh no, zoom in, zoom out. Alright, then we need to like, this is a zoom camera. So for mute projection in query, if let orthographic projection scroll. Okay, so I kind of want the scroll to be faster, to be honest. Then we're gonna then so this is zoom camera and there's like drag camera. I don't remember how it works. There's like a way you can do this and be like drag is point to drag, and then again when I grab the transform of the camera. I don't think this is how it works, but maybe. If I remember, like, we don't want to be using observers for this because the observers have such a fucking horrendous lag behind them. Again, because they run outside of the system. Like, you're really not supposed to be doing this with observers. Observers detect rare events, not the fucking player clicking and dragging. Why did you not compile? Was it just random bad luck, or is there something going wrong? Could not execute process. Oh my god, my application policy fucking... Do I have to restart this? Basically, my virus scanner said no. Correct. Remember last time, it's like, you like can cd here and then be like cargo run dash dash example. Basic map. Gonna work this time? No. Fucking virus scanner. Is it in here? There's a way you can like set the example so that it can be seen by like the top project. Okay. Run p text. Goddamn virus scanner, why the fuck do you have a problem with it now? I don't want to have to restart my computer to fix this. I don't know how to tell the virus scanner to fuck off. Okay. Can I go here and be like, hello, oh, this is the exe for that thing. Examples. Basic map.exe. I like delete this. Have you like fucking flagged the binary? Okay, so the virus scanner just decided that binary was no good. This is definitely going the wrong way. I think the scale's probably wrong, but anyway. Right, because it's all the wrong way, right? No, you're the right way. It's just your plus. And then your minus. No other way. Your plus, your minus. Minus the x. It's like, yeah. So obviously the scale is also wrong, but I think the issue with that is that the scale is going to be proportional to the zoom. Maybe not, though. How do I layer the fucking hexagons the right way, though? Honestly, we just need to... It's almost, but not quite. Can I also just fix the fucking thing? Like, dot set the image plugin just like default nearest, please. That'll just make them not like smudgy. What we want to do is we want to potentially take in the scale, but I need to check that it's actually the scale, because like, the thing with that is as we zoom in and zoom out, it's obviously going to change. So I need to make sure that at 0 scale. Yeah, okay. So it's just as we zoom in, so we just need to like I guess instead of with camera, we can just take the camera. Projection, right? So anything with a camera and a projection, and we say, hey, like if that orthographic, do this times by ortho. We actually need the scale, please. Ortho.scale, thank you. Now, it might cause a little bit of weirdness if you zoom and scroll at the same time. Hey, okay, cool. So we can zoom in closer, we can zoom out. Kind of cool. So now I just need to, you know, work out how to layer these fuckers right. So, I mean, the easy thing to do is, I think you first off you can enter like, sorry, my brain is not. I want to also have the ability to rotate, which does kind of imply that I'm going to need to do some kind of hexy camera shit like inside this crate, because obviously it's got control. Like if it's not controlling the camera, then you know we can't. So we're just writing bespoke camera logic for bespoke camera logic reasons. All right, so on add, you do your own thing. What are we doing? We're trying to somehow insert the correct camera index, right? Like, well, I guess that'd be here, right? It's right. There is a thing about like you can be like index. No. So like z index, right? Like z and so z index indicates that a node, which is not a node. Okay, so it would just be we have to tweak the z. The issue is that I'm keeping the z's from everything. So so we go back to u and we go, okay, so when we go to x, y, if I said like pub z, which is just self, and it needs a, again, you're going to have a, I think you should have a rendering feature. Features, default features is rendering, and you're rendering, and the rendering feature is going to let me do things like mod rendering, and then pub use crate rendering. Just bring everything in from the rendering crate, and then your config features equals rendering. Right. The primary reason for doing this is that I want to be able to have certain things that like are only important for like if you're saying, hey, you do the rendering, otherwise like, hey, I'll just control the map, like I'll just make sure that everything's organized. So like I guess technically update cell position. Updating cell transforms. I'm going to say that's not a rendering thing. Maybe it should be considered a rendering thing, but like, I'm going to say no. Primarily because I'm going to say like, hey, like if you put this cell here, it is here. It's only like only certain bits and pieces that are going to be. I'm curious if I can implement something away, so I can be like, so this is going to be mod like camera. We'll call it like a we can just we'll call it hex camera. All right, so we're gonna have hex camera, and we're gonna have pub enum rotation. So at the moment it's gonna have nothing, but this is going to be a derive. Component, maybe. Can we just like use super like that, and then we come here and we go home. We go use Bevy prelude. Thank you. Okay, so the hex camera is going to have the rotation, which is going to be identity. Yeah, rotate 60, 120, 180, 240, 300. Right, so this is, and we should also document some of this stuff just for the sake of having it. So, represents a hexagon rotation. Now, it's possible that this doesn't actually need it here, if that makes sense. Oh, need it here is the wrong way of phrasing that. Like, this could probably go outside of the rendering, because technically rotating the hexagons is going to be something you do. But for now, I'm going to put it inside the camera because I need the camera to do it. So what we're going to do here is we're going to also import create hex cell, right? And then we're going to say fn z, right? So z is going to do this, which is apparently negative self u plus self r. There's like a hexagon map thing, right? Like hexagon map. It's like a website, and what I want to know, like, because it just explains like a whole bunch of this stuff, is that if I was to say put it into, there's like a rule with hexagons over here. That's like hexagons are like basically a cube with a face removed. So you hexagon by taking a cube and dropping like everything that doesn't follow this specific rule, which is that x plus y plus z equals 0. So what you can do is have 3 coordinate system where, and that's when we go Q and R, and then there's S. So S is probably not actually the correct one to be using, but the idea is that like when you're looking at a hexagon, based on its rotation, you could say return I guess it would be negative R in this particular case, but that's more about which axis is plus minus. But like if I returned the Z being negative R, so the opposite of R, here R is -1, which means that this hexagon and this hexagon would both render on top of that one. These would all render on the same, like at the same height, so they would just follow child order, and then each of these hexagons would render below these ones because it's negative R. And then same here, whereas like when you go up to here, this one would render on top of these ones. But then you could also say like you could use Q. The Q is always 0, so these ones are so the different rotations would depend on which one you pick. But like the idea is that you can always calculate the other. So we go to hex cell and we go, hey, be like fn s, and s is this, which is s is take itself, and this is like allowed to do it, no, inline always. So s is negative q minus r, which is basically a way of saying that the 3 sum together is 0. So that would let us do that. And then I think what you could do is you could effectively go, hey, your z is so z needs a rotation. Camera rotation, which is then going to be a camera, not crate. Yeah. And I want to be like pub use hex camera rotation. We just use rotation. Right. So we have Z, which just gives us our camera rotation, and then we're going to match match camera rotation. So a rotation identity is going to return negative self.r. I think I'm going to say I32. Right, and the rest of these are just going to return 0. And wait, no, I think it's just R. Because by that logic, I don't know, maybe I need to double check that. But the idea is that when I run this basic example, every time that R goes up, we are like further up and to the right. All right, so we go here. We go, okay. So this one is 0, 0. So this one is probably going to like find it. It's going to be like the second cell spawn. If not, it's going to be a very far away. Hex cell. Apparently the second cell spawned is 5, 5. So where the hell are you? I need to go like sprite and go like tint and like, can I get you to close somewhere? No, apparently not. Color, make you red. So 5, 5. So, well, you're 4, 5 or whatever. Which does actually tell me the information I want to know, which is, close your sprite, please. So, if I made you 5, if your R went up, you would be on top, because R would move you up and across. So, yes, I guess is the answer. No, other way. The higher your R, the R's want to be underneath, so it is negative. So we want to go like cell rendering Z, and we're going to say negative R. The higher your R, the lower you render. So let's implement that, because they're all going to be identity. If we can do that and they all render the right way, then we know we're on the right track. And then we can try the different rotations. So update cell transforms. Okay, so I think that needs to actually be done on its own thing, because update cell layering. This needs to be done on its own thing. Pub plugin. Okay. Sure. You can do reflect. That works for me. So we add, so this is update, and this is update cell layering, and this has to be after right cell map. Whatever the other one's called. I think that's only available to super, which is kind of annoying. Yeah, okay. So I need to make you available to crate so that I can specifically I guess no, we can make you public because you're like a thing that people may want to orient it around. So we can be like, create update cell transform. We just need to make sure that's actually available. Marker. Like pub use cell update cell transforms. This is like a thing that's available for people if they want to use it. So we update the cells transforms, then in here we have update the cells layers, and then this is gonna, and this happens after this, primarily because that other one maintains the Z, but it also doesn't really matter, I guess. So I'm gonna say like a cell cells, which is a query for the hex cells and the transforms where the hex cells changed. Because it only does it within the parent, I think we should be good. We should probably just also like use create prelude, if you don't mind. Right, so we bring in all the cells, and we say like for cell in cells. Right, we need the camera as well. So camera, which is going to be a query. Okay, we'll call it single. And it's going to be a rotation with camera. The idea being that you should never put a hex rotation, which we also call it that, a hex rotation, because otherwise, again, rotation is not clear. Hex rotation. So camera. So if you put a hex rotation on your camera, suddenly this starts working. And then we just say, first off, cell and transform, and then we say, hey, cell.z is transform, except don't pass in identity, pass in camera dot, or I guess just dereference camera. Do you want a reference to camera? Can't give you a reference like that. I could be like as ref. Deref. What the fuck is your problem? No, actually you want to own. That's what your problem is. So no, you want to dereference camera, and then we're going to go to Z. No, hex rotation. Go to hex rotation and say, whoop, don't open the screenshot menu. This needs to be clone, copy, equal, par equal. You can just do that now. No. You should be able to. I don't know why you're not. You'll probably like you need a double dereference. Okay. So we do that to calculate the Z, and then we're good. So now when we run the basic map, we need to also like add a rotate camera functionality. Which I guess also that's the other thing is we also need to run that thing if the camera changes. So first off, I think I got that wrong. So where's your transform? You didn't seem to get a transform updated, which is kind of funny. Why did you not get an updated camera transform? I probably didn't add the plugin. Yeah, that'll be what it did. So you're like, if rendering app plugin render web. Okay. Still not working. Why is it still not working? Rendering is the default, right? Yes. It could. Oh, we haven't put a camera. So we're also gonna have another one that's gonna be like FN apply. No, you're just exactly the same signature, but you are not changed. You're just all hexagons, and then apply. Maybe the other option would be not do that thing, but anyway, we're gonna say with camera changed. So if you change the rotation on the camera, right? So the main reason it's not getting done is because you here lack camera-ness. So this spawns camera. So when when we spawn the camera, we need to spawn camera. We need to give you this camera, and we need to be like also hex rotation identity. And then we hit it with a run, so that should actually now run the logic because the camera exists. And then again, as I said, anytime that the camera rotates, okay. So we do need to factor in that apparently I don't think I'm calculating that correctly. Like the points are touching. But are these pointy hexagons then? 1, 2. Why are they not? Are these just actually squares? Is kind of the problem, isn't it? So they need to be further apart and less up, which is terrifying. Oh, right, these are pointy hexagons. That's what's wrong. Like, I have pointy set to false, but I think I'm using pointy math for pointy hexagon. Anyway, so this is apply camera rotation, which is, I guess, also just running an update. Then neither of these should matter. Cool. Right, so now they're actually like in the correct orientation. Ta-da. Now, next is to go right. We got to kind of fix this. So the way that that needs to be fixed is that, okay, these are flat topped hexagons, and I think I'm using pointy top logic. I think that's what's happening there. We're stepping the wrong direction. Like they're obviously coming to a point together rather than being separated. I kind of want to finish the rotation though, because I feel like it's just an easier thing to get done. So we need to be like, so this spawns a test map and this spawns a camera. We're gonna FN rotate camera. I do not think that pointer key press is a thing, but that would actually be kind of fun. No, okay, I didn't think so. I know, no, was it key code? Wait, that's actually a thing? Hmm. Does this actually happen? Like, is this just a thing that I could... Surely not. I honestly have no idea if there's even a thing that you're allowed to do. No, you're saying... Oh, because you were saying pointer event. No, so, wait. Pointer key... There's the entity location event. Okay, so... Dot event dot event. There's no way that this is a thing. What's the requirement to be a pointer? Pointer where okay, yeah. Pointer where is debug, clone, reflect. So yeah, I don't think this is actually something that's gonna fire. We can try because, you know, why not? Hex rotation. Rotate. Clockwise. Counterclockwise. Okay, so clockwise, this sends a data to 60, 120, So 300, and then 300 to 240, and then 240 to... Honestly, let's do it that way. 300, 240, 240, 180, 180, 120, 120, 160, 60, 60, 60, okay, 300. Go, okay, and 60, and 20, 20, 20, okay. So, I actually prefer CC and CW as like a CC. Actually, Q should be CW. It's a CCW and CW, and I think I had that backwards. So CW clockwise, and then your counterclockwise, CCW. Okay. Now the others don't work, but I'm just super curious to see if rotating the camera actually does. If an observer actually does fire, because that'd be really weird. I can't imagine it is, because it's like it's not even a pointer. Anyway, we need to probably print line so we can actually see that something happened. It'd be interesting because I've never actually tried to do this, and honestly don't think it's gonna work, but yeah. Yeah, okay. I should probably make this some kind of like weird global thing where it doesn't fucking spam at every like I spammed a million times. So first off, rotate camera doesn't work with that. So we're gonna say input is res input key code. We're gonna go input input just press Q, else input just press key code E. Somewhere something is broken, like that. Can I be like cargo format, please? Thank you. Okay, something about input. Can't find input scope because it's button input. That's fine. Okay, so then you are add system. I want to say your pre update. You know, always process things like pre update. Cool, and then we run this. Okay, so when I hit Q and E, it should rotate the camera, which ironically is going to break the map because it's going to settle them all back to 0. See, so when the camera is pointing in this direction, they're correct, but then anytime the camera is anything else, like they're wrong again. Cool. Now, also they're not supposed to overlap as much as they do, but you know. Obviously, like rotating the camera actually needs to rotate the camera as well. That's another sort of key feature. Well, so I guess well, with camera is probably correct. Rotation and mute transform. For rotation. Transform. I believe you need to flip that around and be like, hey, you go here, thank you. And then you say rotation, rotation, and then you need to go transform.rotation equals rotation dot into. Okay. So then we're going to go back to our hex rotation and we're going to go. Honestly, I think this is going to be like a map thing. We're going to move rotation because apparently right now, literally nothing of this has anything to do with the camera, but you know, we can make a new one. Yes, hello. Can you be like create preload? Because hex rotation included way too important to be like, hey, this is behind rendering, because obviously like we want to be able to rotate like individual hexagons and all sorts of things. So we have cell and we have like mod rotation. That, and then we have our rotation code here, and then we go back to here and we go, hey, in the prelude, can you bring in map and hex rotation? Actually, just bring everything inside of map. Map is supposed to represent the nexus. So you'd be like pub use cell. No, not cell. Apparently, we've already got cell in there. Oh, was it rotation? So, okay. That should fix that. Now our hex camera doesn't actually do anything anymore, but you know, it's gonna leave it there for the sake of like I intend to use it at some point. Go back to rotation and be all like impul into quad from hex rotation. That's not how quads work. Okay. Never mind. Apparently that is how quads work. Question. The rotation, is this constant? To F32, I don't think I need an F64. You're const, which means, and you're not const, but damn. I was kind of hoping that I could like not make this unnecessarily high, but anyway, it shouldn't matter. Okay, so you convert U into U. So that should set the rotation of the camera. The idea is that when I hit Q, I don't think the camera will move, it'll just turn, which could be funky. I don't think it will, because it's not like it's going to turn my thing. Yeah, so it's a little bit weird because so technically that's now the flat edge, and then now that's the flat edge, and now they're upside down. Like I think it's doing what it's supposed to. It's just that they're not, because they're not square hexagons. It's doing a little bit of funky weirdness. Or like they're not regular hexagons, fucking square hexagons. Not regular hexagons. So I guess we do the rest of identity, which is going to be like, hey, so if hex rotation 180, then you return R. Okay, so 60 degrees. I gotta go back to wherever that kind of thing is. So right now, we went, hey, we went negative. All right, or was it? It was just R. Yeah, negative R. The negative R, and then if you're going this way, positive R. And then we're going to go, hey, if we turned you 60 degrees, which is 60 degrees clockwise, so now moving this way is moving this way. So that is, and we wanted to find the negative number. Which number is going negative going this way? Is R. No, I think it's S. The negative one, positive one, negative one, positive one. The S. Well, they're both negative one. It's just the same. We move along. I think it's S. Maybe. So 60 degrees would be apparently like negative S. S, negative Q, Q. We'll have to check that, but not entirely sure. It's one of those, we just need to test it, those kinds of things. I don't know how well it's going to work either. It might be really obvious when it happens. So obviously they're all right now. Are they correct now? I'm going to say the answer is no, because things do. Okay, I need to fix whatever the fuck's happening there. So that's that when we drag, we probably need to let delta equal transform from translation, and I want to be like drag vec3 new negative drag dot delta dot x drag dot delta dot y comma 0. All right, and then I'm going to be like and you can be like delta dot rotate around okay, rotate this transform around a point in space. And then the rotation is transform dot rotation. Right, and then I think we do that. I think. Because I think that like that means that like it shouldn't matter at all when we have no rotation. Because we're like not rotating it. We're not rotating it at all. When the rotation is 0, and then when the rotation's 60 degrees, we're rotating 60 degrees. It might need to be the other way, I don't know. And then we add it. So this doesn't change at all, and then we rotate this way, and then we rotate this way, and we rotate this way, we rotate this way, we rotate this way. Yeah, okay. So what we've concluded is that this is backwards. Maybe. So it's definitely not S. Maybe the AI had it right, maybe it was Q. So there's our Z. Maybe it's actually negative Q. Q. Should make that S and S. I don't know. I feel like this is gonna be trial and error. Obviously, 180 is going to be correct because 180 is just the other way. So we go here and we go, hey, so this is correct. That's not correct. That's like literally the opposite. Okay, literally the opposite. So I would assume that means that I need to go here and say it's actually Q and then negative Q, and then the S one's going to be like an absolute shit show. Go back to the fucking right thing, rotate, spin. Okay, so, Q. Interesting. So maybe it was S because it's backwards. Maybe it's just the other one. So I had what I did. I had negative S. So maybe it's just S. I'll recompile that and we'll correct at that. That would make sense, I guess, because I was going like, man, it's not tracking. So like, yeah, now you're on top, and then you're on top, and then you're on top. Okay, so that means S is correct. Which then again, so now I think we're just gonna end up in like one of the, it's 50-50 because again, it makes perfect sense if S is correct that the next is that negative S is correct. Right, which is the turning it the other way, and then that would make this probably. I'm thinking Q and negative Q, but I don't actually know. The other thing also, I could just rotate the actual sprites themselves. Like, they're not supposed to be rotated, if that makes sense, but... Did it again. Something happens, and my virus scanner catches it, and it goes, nope, not doing that. Basic map. That's not the right thing, please, I think. Now run that. So that's correct. Now, is that correct? No. I think that's like, again, perfectly backwards. That one's correct. Maybe that is correct. Maybe it's... No. Actually, I think that one's correct. Maybe. No. I think you should definitely be on top. So that's correct. Is 180 correct? 180 is correct. Because these are on the bottom, which actually, I guess, makes sense that... But when I turn this way... I don't think that's correct, because I think, again, you should be on top. Which means that that one's 170 degrees or something. Find the camera. So can I go back to here and be like, hey, so when you create the camera, can you give it a name and be like, name hex camera? And also, to make things easier to find, can we be like, commands spawn it needs to be like it needs to have a transform, like identity, and it needs to be visible. I guess inherited doesn't fucking matter. And then with children. Like that. And then like that. Okay, so that just and then you become the, I guess we'd be like map. Right. The key thing being that I guess we can also like be like hex. Right, cool. The key thing with this being that like when you stick this in the identity inheritance, it just means that like when I have that, I think children aren't rendered on the main hierarchy, which means that like I can like more easily see a specific entity instead of fucking every entity. See, so main camera and a bunch of observers, and then the hex camera. So the question is, when I turn you this way, I think this is correct, right? Because like this tree is in front of that tree, and this is in front of that, and then it is in front of that. So that's what I want to look at. Hex camera and go hex rotation. So rotated 60 degrees is correct. So 120 degrees is not correct. 120 degrees, not correct. Wait a second. Shouldn't they just be mirrors of each other, maybe? Maybe not. I know, maybe this is correct. Because I'm saying this is correct because the bottom ones are rendering on top of the top ones, which is the correct thing to do. because the idea is that this is up, so this is rendering up. And then the bottom ones, that one's running on top of that one, and that one's running on top of that. So that's correct. And then that's correct. But this one's not. Because you're below and you're rendering under. So 240 is wrong. And it's like backwards. I think. Oh. What should 240 be? So apparently negative S is wrong. So, wait a second. But we concluded 60 is correct. Yeah, you're blocking those two. So 60 is correct. You're correct. 180 is probably good. I don't know, because it could be wrong that it's like covering the wrong thing that way. But you are under that, which is incorrect. So 180. 120. So those are correct. 180, I believe to be correct, but it could actually be wrong. I guess the way to know is to go like, where the hell is map? Must be you. And grab you. And go you. You're like -5. I don't care what your sprite is. -5. Alright, first off, I don't know which one you are. You're one of the corner ones. That one. So that is definitely correct, because you are rendering onto a U and you're rendering onto a U. So the answer is yes, that is correct. So let me go like this. Okay, so you're rendering onto a U. You're lower. Okay, so you're incorrect because while you're on top of U, you are underneath U. But you should be lower. I think you're -750, 7, maybe 6. No, 775. Alright, so you are definitely supposed to be rendering on top. What is this? What rotation are we in? I think if I just flip those two, 240, because like that's kind of it. It's almost certainly not S. So what are you supposed to be? You're -5, -5. When you should actually be, I mean, maybe like negative. Wait, 240. What is your transforming? 0. Right. Wait. That doesn't make any sense. This is the hex camera. Entity, this entity. So you're -5, -5, and your transform is you're -10. But you should actually be probably 0, and then you'd be 1. No, negative. Wait a second. Going down. Okay. Well, that one's definitely wrong. Maybe it should just be S and Q again. I don't know. Not quite following why it's doing that. Also, they're doing the wrong locations. I think because these are flat topped, and I'm defaulting to not using flat top, but for some reason, I think the AI, because it already wrote the code wrong one. So this is definitely wrong. Okay, so go here, and go here. Go, okay, so you're underneath and underneath, which makes you doubly wrong. You're apparently -5. You should be high, a really high number. So you should just be S at 300. Wait. What? Doesn't make any sense. Wait, so you're -5, -5. Didn't I tell you to be S? No, oh, okay. Right. No. You are self.s. Because 300, right? I think that's what we're at, -300. Wherever the camera happens to be. Hexagon. Yeah, 300. So at 300, I want that one to be the highest number. Okay, that seems correct. You cover you, and you cover you. I need to annoyingly, need to move you up a little bit. I think it went less negative, yeah. Okay, so that one is 100% correct. All right, which does just mean that it's... Oh, that's interesting. Means that that one's wrong. Okay, so the assertion is that -300 is correct. And I need to mark that like 100% correct. Yes. Correct. Right. Identity, which is what we're in now, is wrong. Because identity says 5, but it shouldn't be 5. Because it needs to be lower than the one to its left. Now, the one to your right, so if you're here, you need to be lower number than this one, which means that you need to be a lower number than it. So if it becomes 1. So it needs to become Q, because you're also a lower number than that one. The Q is plusing both of these. So that means that moving this way, if we want these to be on top, it's Q. So you are Q. Wait, no, negative Q? Q went up, right? Q is plus on both of these. Q is plus on both of these. And we want you to be smaller than both of those. So you become negative Q. No, just Q. Because your Q should be negative something, right? Your Q would become -5, and then their Q would be... Both of their Qs would be 1 higher, so both of their Qs would be -4. I believe. No. So it's not Q. Is it not S? Okay. U at -5. Okay, so you're actually the complete opposite of what you're supposed to be, which is kind of hilarious. That means I think I'd probably talk myself out of it, but like negative Q. Right, which makes me think that 180 is going to be Q. Right. So I'm going to test both of those. Because that's this issue with, like, because they weren't overlapping at all on that axis, I missed for ages that I actually had the wrong number. So I think it's negative Q. No, apparently not. Am I going the wrong way? Why are you still like this? So, I think that axis. Grab you, go, transform. Yeah, okay, so you're on top of that one, but you're not on top of that one. I'm very confused. Makes me think that they must have the same Q. These probably all have the same. Need to pay more attention to what's happening in this. So the idea is we want both of these. So if you're Q0 and you're R0, I need you to be bigger than this and bigger than this. I need some kind of way of like selecting the inspector. Like, okay. How do I know that both? Okay. So neither Q nor positive Q worked, which confuses me actually. Okay, so if you're, okay, so technically you're this one, right? Because we're going like both of these. So your Q is -1. So I need, when we step this way, whatever we use needs to be smaller than what you are, which is S. Interesting. And that's R. So it'll be R plus S. So you're, no, because -5, it's -5, -5, which means we were in the negative direction. Which one are you? Plus, 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 minus. Where's the negative? Where's -1, -1? It's over here. Right, it's these two. Okay, no, it'll be these two, which would be get me both of you to be smaller. Well, again, that's Q. I also feel like my orientation's wrong, because surely it's this one. Which means that it's Q. No. I'm so fucking confused. Alright, so, and annoyingly, it's really hard to change the others. I mean, maybe I could just make the grid like much smaller and therefore actually able to like manipulate each individual one. So we need to go back to where we're spawning the grid and we need to go like, hey, can you go from like, what would I need to fill the entire thing? To do a whole thing, you have to go iterate from like -1 to 1. Okay. Where the fuck's the spawn world thing? Spawn test map. -1 to 1, 1, 1. Right, run this. So this should only give us like 9 cells to consider, which will make it possible for me to actually like recalculate each of their fucking positions. Okay, so you little bastard. I'm also going to get them to name themselves because that will make it much easier to find them. Name hex. Because then I can actually like fucking look at which cell is which. Okay. Whoop. Interesting. You're actually underneath both of those. So we want to go like here. And go, okay, 0, 0, which is this one. I want to go okay, so if I said I'm gonna go like, it's a pain in the ass them, isn't it? So I want to go red. Such a pain in the ass. There are too many fucking variants. Right. Go up here. Okay. The -1. And then your +1. So we want to go like sprite and right down and go make you blue. Okay. Okay. So actually, why don't we just fucking do it here? Because it'll take 2 seconds to do it here and ages for me to do it in there. We want to go color and then color linear RGB. We want to say Q as F32 times 0.5 plus 0.5. I want to say ID dot and let me give you ID. I'm going to ID dot S as F32 times 0.5 plus 0.5. Go to the end of view, put a comma. Right. So the amount of red in the tint is the so no red would be -Q. So it needs to be on top of. It needs to be greater than U, and U. Now my assumption is that you and you are green. So it needs to be greater than. So higher S. Negative S. The bigger the S, I would also like to just make them slightly wider so that I don't have to move them. Let's make them like 100. It's going to make the sprites bigger, but it's not going to make the hexagons bigger. So the idea is that they should just always overlap with their neighboring hexagon because they're not quite far enough apart not to touch. Right, not quite. So you're on top of that one, but you're not on top of that one. So you're very green. It confuses me how you... Okay, no, you are supposed to be on top. But you're supposed to be on top of this one as well. And it's very green. You're definitely supposed to be on top of that one. That one's supposed to be on top of you. That one's supposed to be on top of you. That's going the wrong way. It's not... Is it just S then? Right. We need to... I guess just do S. So I'm going to comment this out and put a new color line in. And be all like... color... linear... RGBA. So we're going to say 0 blue... 0 red... 0 green... Right. And then... if id dot s is greater than 0, 1. Else 0. So you should be, if id is positive, green. Green means you're on top of them. Red. If s is less than 0, right, so red's negative, green's positive. If your S is positive, and we're passing an S, if your S is 1, because of the shape that we've done, if your S is 1, those. Well, that's interesting, because it does imply that it actually has to be, no. It means that we want you to be on top of we're going to be higher than that one, and that one. So in this orientation, I want you on top of the greens have a higher number, yes. Green is a higher number. S is greater than 0. So these should be on top, correct. You should probably also be green. And then these should be underneath. That's if we're using S. Well, okay, why don't we do... Right, id.z. hex rotation identity. Why don't I have access to this? Z is private apparently. Okay. No, that's right. So we calculate what you think the Z value should be. So the green one should be on top, I think. If Z is positive, greater than 0, 0. Wait, no. These ones are underneath. If Z, you're red if you're underneath. And then if Z is greater than 1, or greater than 0. So if Z's less than 0, then Z's greater than 0. Okay, so there's the problem. So they have a bigger number. So they should render on top, which is fine. But you should also be green. And you should be red. So it's going to need to be, I don't know which one you are. I think you're this one. Why I moved the transforms, easier to find. Yeah, this one. So that's 1, -1. So you're returning 0. So is it? That's Q. So it's is your is the code to actually be S self plus S plus self.Q? Mm-hmm. Okay, not quite. So these guys are in more water. So now all these 3 are higher, and these 3 are higher. Now the issue is that, again, this one and this one would then be order dependent. We need you to be green, because that would imply that you're always rendering on top of that one. It's everything this way. Anything to the left, anything lower. What if we took, because what are we returning? The Mac, the current. I'm going like, what if we return, so the S. The S gave me these. And Q gives me this one. So if I did like max. My issue is I think this is still going to result in the top left one being black. Because it's 0. Now these are all green. Which is that one? That one's like minus or plus or something. No, which one are you? Minus. Actually, this makes way more sense, is to go, don't fuck with S, because S does like a keep them equal to 0 thing. If I said that your value is self dot q plus self dot r, and then since minus would be lower, we would want to get negative. This is like the idea that I had right at the beginning, but I kind of forgot about it. Where I was like, it made sense in my head of being like, as you go towards that corner when you're upright, which means that sum them together. No. You need to be so you need to be red for some reason. So you'd be negative, you'd be 1. You'd be 1. You'd be 1. Well, that's kind of the issue. So you be 1. Is I need down to get precedent. Down needs to get precedent. So maybe if I multiply, so what happens when they, which one's going up? I guess 0. Yeah. So I'm assuming it's U. No. The Q is left and right. R is up and down. Interesting. Maybe I should fix their positioning first, because maybe that's what's fucking me up, is that they're actually not where I think they're supposed to be. All right. Why are you not working? All right. So we're going to open up this website that gives us all the math and magic formulas. I'm going to have a look and go, what the fuck did the AI get wrong? Close this. So there's a way of converting axial coordinates. It's like point. It's called like hex 2 point. There's rings. Hex to pixel. There it is. So it reckons for flat topped hexagons. Well, we default to pointy, don't we? If pointy, no, pointy is true. Okay, flat top hexagons is x is equal to, okay, that seems correct. I think I need to make the hexagon grids smaller and wider so that they actually line up, maybe. Because let's have a look. So you reckon it's right? Well, that would help, wouldn't it? We want const square root 3 and const half square root 3 over 2. Right. So first off, you are for flat top square root 3 over 2 times self dot q right pos equals self dot no it's vec 3 new vec 2 then, thank you. Okay, so it's pos dot x and then pos dot x plus square root 3 y. $1.5. So that's flat top. Weird. Okay. It's just it feels so odd that the hexagons feel like they're lined up correctly, but apparently like the math was just like wrong completely. Huh. They definitely need to be wider because yeah, why are they touching? I think it's just because they're not actually fully hexagons. Like that's because they're stretched out. If I said that they were wider. Anyway. That, or somehow I'm fucking up the math. And we go 20 pulse. Really funny if that's what was actually happening. Yeah, the default's pointy true. I hate that. I was like, oh no, I just defaulted it. No, I didn't. Apparently not. Apparently I didn't. Okay. Well, look what that look. God, for fuck's sake. Stop blocking my fucking code. Excuse me? Did I delete the wrong thing? I probably deleted the fucking debug data instead. Yeah. Okay. That feels more correct. It's still wrong in as much as wait a second, no, it's right now, because no, you should be on top of that one though. Yeah, you should be on top of that one. But underneath that one. Under that one. Okay. So for some reason, yeah, I'm gonna stop just repeating words. One I think I'm using radius. We want to go into cell here and be like, actually, can you what do you say, like, to do? Right, so we want this to be like 0.75. And then this would be square root 3/2, and then this would be square root 2/4. Right, the idea just being that, like, we're just basically making it half the size. So that when you provide the width and height of your hexagon, it's correct, as opposed to needing to pass in the half width, half height of your hexagon. Okay, still apparently incorrect, but close enough. Interesting. That apparently just means I don't know what size my fucking hexagons are. Actually kind of makes sense, I think, because it's that little bit under here. So if I, like, move them down a little bit. Yeah, I think that might actually be right. Anyway, so you are supposed to overlap you, I think. You overlap you. In this orientation, you are supposed to overlap you, you, and you. Okay. And, like, write it down somewhere so I can, like, stop and do some fucking time to do the math. All right. So we're just gonna put a comment at the top here and be like, in our identity, Ri 0, 0, it should be higher bigger than. I'm going to track them down. Oh, okay, it's probably easier just to move these around, isn't it? 1R, so R1. Uh, 0, 1. Don't care. 0. So 1, 0. So you are supposed to be higher than this one, this one, and this one. I think you're actually supposed to render onto that one as well. It's really hard to know with the fact that I'm doing them black. Right, and then what's the other one? It's probably -1. 1. Yeah, -1, 1. -1, 1. and lower than, did it get it right? Who knows? All right, and lower than, so it reckons 0, -1, yes, and -1, 0, correct, and 1, -1, correct. Okay, so partly to make it look nice, I'm going to go back into our code that colors it, and we're going to say let color equal if id.z identity is less than 0 red, greater than 0 green, white. Linear IDBA 1. I make it blue. Just, yeah. Okay. It should look better because I can actually see, like, would it be possible for a cell to... So a cell should never really reach down. I guess part of the point here. So, correct. Yeah, so you should be green, you should be green, and you should be red. Now, why are they not getting got? They are the negative positive one. Okay. So we're going to go to our rendering. We're going to look and we go, okay. So if we just add them together, then you end up equaling 0. And then you get skipped. So we could do like 2 times u. So it should be bigger then. So negative. So you still need to stay negative, so it needs to be that one that's doubled. Which is 2 times r. Negative, so it's that negative times r times 2. Because that should then make the corresponding ones the right colors. I hope. I don't know. It becomes hard. Right. Which is correct, because you are now pop. So you're rendering on top of you, and you're rendering on top of both of those. Okay, that seems correct. Right. And then when I flip it, I think it's just the other way. But maybe it's not. Maybe it's 2 times the other one. Where is it? Here. So r underscore 180 0 should be bigger than. Let's see if it gets it. I don't think that's correct. I'm almost certain when we flip 180 degrees, it's u should be bigger than that. I need to alt copy it, and smaller than that. Right. I think that's correct, because like if I flip it 180 degrees, these three, yeah. All right, so you should be 0 should be bigger than -1. So, I mean, theoretically, the answer is to go S. I think it's actually going to be the other way. I think I need to flip which one of those I'm making bigger. Because I'm effectively changing which axis gets the priority, but maybe not. If we change... Alright, so what we want to do is instead go rotation, rotation. Okay, try that and go, if the math checks out properly, then it should be 3 red on the bottom, 3 green on the top. If it doesn't do that, then I need to flip the Q and the R so that they're 3 red on the bottom, 3 red on the top. Ta-da. Okay, that is working correctly. Okay, so next is to go here and say, okay, flipping them 100% works. So it's going to be rotation 60. Rotation 60. And then we go look at the code and we go, okay. So, 60. Just gonna like let the AI fill it in just to have the placeholder stuff. And then we will go rotate it to 60 and work out which, so this is 60. So I'm pretty sure it went dot dot dot. But anyway, we're gonna grab 0 0. It's the easiest to fucking grab. Well, I guess we'll double check the AI and go, okay. So map, we find 0 0. Okay, go 0 0. I go hex cell. Okay. 1. Where did it go? It went down. So it needs to be here. Yeah, so it needs to be, you need to be red. No, green. Green means you get seen. So 0 0 needs to be so you should be green. And green was the top numbers? No, bottom numbers. Bottom numbers. Right, well the way to check that would be to go bottom number 1. So the number bottom number, so that would be bigger. Yeah, with the green. 0 0 should be bigger then. Doesn't make any sense. That, okay, so you would be red. And in that orientation, so these ones would be red. No, green. That one? Right, no, yeah, these ones would be red, and that's why we're saying, like, if I go to 1, so you would have been red. So you should be bigger than this number. Yeah, okay. So at 60 degrees, you should be smaller than that one. Smaller than that one, smaller than that one. Bigger, 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 I think. Yeah. Okay. So you need to be smaller than that. -1, 1. Okay, no, you need to be bigger than that. Bigger than that one. And 1, -1. You need to be smaller than 1, -1. Smaller than 1, -1. Okay, what's the other one? What are you? Okay, 0, -1. You need to be... No. Clearly this one and this one and this one. So you need to be bigger than... Okay. So you need to be bigger than... smaller than 1, -1. Smaller than 1, 0. And smaller than 1, -1. 0, -1. Yes, you need to be smaller than those three. And then you need to be bigger than -1. -1, well, we don't care about -1, -1. It's not actually part of the shape. 1. So you need to be bigger than -1, 1. And bigger than 0, 1. Yes. And bigger than -1? No, you need to be smaller than -1. You need to be... it's going to be 0, 0, -1. You need to be bigger than -1, 0. Right. So 60 degrees should be bigger than -1, 1, -1, -1, and lower than 1, -1, -1, -1. And the annoying thing is you have a -1, which I believe your S translates to 0, 1, -1, and then you would be -1, 0. There, I was trying to put it in the wrong spot. I can see it. 1. Okay, so I think it's going to be the same pattern of being two axes. I just don't think it's these two axes because it's like 1, 0, -1, 0, and 1, 0. It means there's nothing I can do to one of these to make it always bigger. So like if we always add this one, we'd have to add, we'd always be adding the negative of that one. So to make this always bigger, that would be, so this one plus negative that one gives you a value of 2, your value of 1, and your value of 1. It'll give you a value of 1, which is bigger. Wait, no, negative that one. So -1, -2, and -1. Okay, so if I said that you are negative self.q minus self.r. Well, here's the thing. That makes you 0. So, no, that doesn't work because that's just S. So, negative Q, so that makes you 2, makes you 1, makes you 1. Wait, why is S -1 then? No, it's plus R, isn't it? Plus R. There you go. Now it's different. Okay, that makes it different to the calculation of S. Right. So that makes you 2, 1, 1, -1, -2, -1. I think that's correct. But that means for the complement of U, which the opposite of 60 is the 240, isn't it? I'm not entirely sure. Would make it self.q minus self.r, which makes it like the complete opposite of that. Right. So not one, no, so it's yeah, it's 240 because it's 180, 60 plus 180. Okay, so so we're going to flip this and flip that. So in this particular situation, 0, 0 should be bigger than, so you would be, ow, concerning. 0, 0 should be bigger than this, but that returns 1, which immediately makes you smaller. 1. 0. Okay, so is it minus? So that would be -1 inverted, which makes you 1. Wait, so 0, 0 should be bigger then. Did I? Or maybe I got this one backwards. So 0, 0 should be bigger than. That's 0, 1. Okay, no, I think you're the one that's backwards. Right? So you become -1 minus 1. So you're 0. Oh no, you're -2. You're -1. And then you're -1. And then you become 1. You become 2. And then you become 1. Okay. And then 0, 0 should be greater than. So you being you're -1. You're -2. You're okay. That seems correct. I don't know if S and that's correct at the moment. So I'm going to restart this and we're going to go, okay, so let's test rotation 60. So when I rotate to rotation 60, the green should be on the bottom, correct? I'm so sick of this fucking thing being caught by my virus again. I don't know how to stop it. Please just stop doing it. I beg of you. Such a pain in the ass. Okay. So, green, green, green. Now, what I don't like is that they've got their color back, which implies that they are returning 0. Which I feel is incorrect. That or I specifically. Yeah. So they're returning 0, which is somewhat concerning. I'd have to expand the map to see if they're if like it's doing that kind of pattern. Anyway, the greens are on the bottom. It's not returning the right number because, as you can see. Oh no, you are supposed to run on top. Yeah. Okay. So that's correct. Okay. So that's correct. And then obviously the thing would be like to go 240. 240. And make sure that I actually inverted it properly, which I can't imagine I didn't, but. Okay, so once it's been flipped, what happens then? Alright, so then we want to go, okay, that's 60, so that's 300, yeah. Okay, so that's also correct. Okay, so next is to try, I guess it's 120, no, like 300. Alright, we're gonna run this, we're gonna get 300, which is one tick the other way. So with one tick the other way, so one tick this way, well, that's concerning. Okay, so it's almost right, but also, you know, not. So we're going to go back to our thing and we're going to note out that R300, R30, get rid of the, no, tidy it up. R30 should be bigger than, I doubt that you're correct, but anyway, again, we're just using you to syntactically highlight it for me. Right, so let's go grab 0, 0 and go, you need to be bigger than, the R is this term, right? So negative R, yeah. So it needs to be bigger than -1. So it needs to be, no, smaller than 0, 0, comma, -1. And it needs to be bigger than 1, yes? Yep, it needs to be bigger than 1. 0, comma, 1. Alright, so then if we move that to 1, I don't know where it went. Somewhere up there. I assume. Yeah, okay, so that's up 1. So it needs to be, those 3 are the ones that are touching it. So it needs to be smaller than 1, 0. And it needs to be bigger than 1, 0. Okay, and then I'm going to work out what you are, which is probably -1. Yeah, and it needs to be bigger than 1, -1. Okay, and then so 0, -1. So it needs to be bigger than -1, comma 0, and it needs to be, it's probably 1. Yeah, 1, 1, comma 0, -1, comma 1. So they're like a mirror of each other, which is going to be interesting. So this is for 300. So to get 300, so for you to be less than 0, it's negative and negative. Like we need negative twice the negative that one. So I think you're going to be like the reciprocal of this one. So you're going to be like, I need you to be negative self.q times 2 plus self.r. Right. And then 120 will be this, but not inverted. Right, because if we do 2 times q, you're lower than that at -1. And then 2 times -1 is obviously smaller, and then 2 times -1 plus 1, you're still smaller. So my hope here is that when I run this, we've got 300 loaded, is that it will render in the right place. And we can just be happy and move on. You're rendering on top of all of those and under all of those. Okay, and then we just need to try to 100% confirm it is rot 120. Rot 120. And then we go to here and go run. Okay, so that's 2 ticks. Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm sick of Windows Defender. There's got to be something I can do to tell it that, like, no, it's okay to fucking not. Okay, so it's tick tick. Okay. Alright, so next I think I want to potentially just rotate the hexagons, because in theory they're perfect hexagons, so alright, no wait, maybe they're not. Yeah, they're not square hexagons. I guess when I run this normally, they look normal. I want to get rid of the parentheses on all of them then, I guess, so it's negative u times 2 minus u. And that would be negative u minus u times 2. Okay. I'm not entirely sure if the hexagons are in that. The annoying thing is, I think, what's happened. No, because the next hexagon up should cover it. I feel like my hexagons are too close together. I did say that their widths were wrong, so maybe that's what's going on. Is that you can also probably, like, stop coloring them entirely. It was like y is 76. 76 should make them the right size, and then the thing should still be set correctly to space them. That should make them work, I think. Right, because like it could just be that because I'm stretching them slightly, they're just tall. Okay, so they're probably still too tall then. Like, I feel like they're overlapping by like a little bit. Is it because they're not actually 100? Like, if we're going to GIMP, so it reckons that the cells are like 100 by 40. I really wish GIMP would not do that, but the GIMP is saying that they're 100 by 40, but maybe they're not 100 by 40. I mean, what's the actual hexagon of it here? 100 by 50. I think 100 by 50 makes a little bit more sense to be what they're actually gunning for to make them fit. But I don't actually think that's correct. I think they're just probably like a pixel off actually being hexagons or something, because they're too, like, they've got like a border. So I think it's this, which is 100 by 40. So we can always just tweak it and go like 100 by 50. Does that fix them? I don't think so. I think it's like we're going to be like 100 by 38 or something, or like 98 by 38. I could tweak it so they're all grass, maybe. Is grass going to be the easiest to tell? Yeah, so they're definitely too big now. So the total hexagon is like 100 by 76, I think is got to be the... That or they've got a spacing between them. That could possibly be what it is. Where's a GIMP? Right. So you definitely touch at the top and at the bottom, which if they touch at the top and the bottom means that we literally have to go from there. So yeah, it's 100 by 76. I just no, I can't get that last fucking pixel. Like it's clearly here to here, here to here, 176. So 176 is definitely the sprite sheet size, unless I fucked up my entering data somewhere else. The sprite sheet's correct, which means that if we just go 40, and if I just like force them all to be, I want to say grass would be pretty easy. I'm going to look and go like we need something that has a really obvious like border all the way around. So grass and the sand, even the water, maybe the deep water, like they've all pretty obviously got nothing like nothing pokes up past the border, so you can tell exactly where they overlap. So we'll go in and work out like maybe they're supposed to be 38 98 or something is like the actual spacing, and then they overlap by one cell or something. So orthographic, theoretically I can do like fractions of a cell as well. We're gonna go here and go, hey, when you pick a cell, which is your random, so this hexagons, we can comment this out and say let hexes equal hex type deep water, hex type water, sand, don't pick forest. Thank you. So that should let me pick between those four, and then we can like up the map size as well. Wherever the fuck I do that. Yep. Let's go like 5, 5, 5, 5. Okay. So this should work. So what this is basically going to do is basically put me a big grid, and then I'll be able to look to see like where the hexagons are not aligning properly, and conclude like what's happening. So they're too wide by like a lot, as you can see. Like it's going numerous pixels into the other. Now, why is it going so far into the others? How much is it overshooting by? At least 2 pixels. Have I got the math wrong? How far do I have to move it? Because it's technically I'm going to have to move it like half the distance I have, like this calculates, I guess. Because obviously if I move one, well, yeah, because if I move one, I'm like the other doesn't. So anyway, right. So you were -3.375. I guess the easiest way to fix that would be go up here, go -4, -5. That puts it back. All right. Yeah. So how far do you need to go? So you need to be at -265. Okay. So -265. I'll just write that down somewhere. Put a comment like -265. And then we reset by saying like -4, -5. And it's actually at 259.8. Not equal 259.8. 9.8? 5.2 or 9.8. So, well, I guess the thing is, it only needs to move half the distance, but on both sides. So all we need to do is go like 2, 6, 5 minus 2, 5, 9.8. So it's out by about 5 pixels. So it's about 5 pixels too close together. And wait a second, it needs to go like that. It's 5 pixels out in like both directions. But it's 5 pixels out. Wait, no, I need to move 5 pixels. It's not that it's 5 pixels. I need to move 5 pixels. So 45. No, be 41, wouldn't it? Because to move it 5 pixels would be to multiply the size by it. Because it's at -5. No, 39. Maybe. Who fucking knows? We want it to move 5 pixels further, which means we want to, yeah, no, because it's negative. Yeah. What am I doing? Friend, slow down. Yeah, so if I move it 41, it'll move 5 pixels further. Might be 42. Okay. So we should probably, again, shrink the fucking map down so that I'm not constantly, so I can actually work off like absolute values. So if I shrink this back down to 1, down to 1, this down to 1, this down to 1, we're so close, but nowhere near. Because it's out by 5. All right. So it's negative. Not you. You're the. Is it your children? Okay. So this one. So -40. -40 is where you absolutely, like, that is 100% where you are supposed to be. Yeah, -40. So your y. What calculates your y? Your y is affected by your x, I think. Yeah. But like 40. What? Q. What are you? You're -1. Why? So y 40 equals q. 40 equals 40 times 0 plus square root 3 over 2 times -1. So that doesn't make any sense. Maybe that's why I'm getting such a close answer. No, what? So, right. Maybe. So we need to like calculator. That's not calculator's code. Calculator. So to do this, we would want square root 3, maybe. Okay, 3 square root divide by 2. So it's 0.866. 0.254. Right. So that number. And then we want to go like divide by 40. Right, it's 40 divided by square root 3 divided by 2. So it's 46. That seems like a really odd number, but I guess it's like the hexagon size. It's like 46. I think. Right. That does seem to work. Right. So next is to grab one of the other ones. Like I think they're not quite overlapping properly. So again, that like translates into to get this to equal exactly 40, which is what I would need it to equal to like perfectly seem, right? Like they're like -1, which get transformed. So like if I said this was -40, that would make them perfectly line up. And did I just lose my magic number? No. So it's 46.188. That should make them perfectly line up in 40. And then we're going to grab one of these other ones, which is like probably one of these. And then we go, that's cool. And just like work out which one are you? No, apparently. Oh no, I grabbed the fucking only one that I couldn't. U. So this number should be like nearly spot on at 20. Okay, so obviously you need to be 20. Because that would be exactly half. And then you need to be approximately 81. 80? The 80 would overlap, so it's 81. 81 doesn't seem quite right, but okay. Concerning. Right, so how to get to 100 to 80? Well, 81, actually 81 maybe almost perfectly, no? No? It's because they're squished fucking hexagons. So it's x position times 0. So what size would you need to be? We need to be like 81 divided by 0.75, 108. That, like, as long as the math is checking out, like 108 apparently is the exact amount we want to move. So that should then result in the hexagons being perfectly spaced at 40 up and down, and whatever the right amount is, 108 apparently, left and right. And my concern with that is that, oh, they never meet point to point. That's what's going on. They're going to say, like, they need to obviously move 100, but they don't need to move 108 to get from here to here. Boom. So now all the hexagons should, like, perfectly align. It does feel kind of weird. Like, I don't know. They're obviously, like, lining up, like, near perfect. Not quite. I think that's why this feels like it's a weird color, but because, like, you can see the ziggity-zaggy of the hexagons. But I feel like they should overlap rather than, like, perfectly align. Which would imply making them 1 pixel smaller in both axes. So how would I make it 80? What if I said it's 80 divided by 0.75? Ooh, see, that's a much less nice number. 106.66666666. Yeah. Okay. I was just thinking if I can make them overlap. Even just a tiny bit. It's fine. The biggest issue would be to click the lower hexagon, because technically the way I'm detecting hexagons is to effectively say no. Alright, so let's, like, turn on all of the like 5 by 5, and yeah, all of the cells, just to, like, generate a nice big map. Now I'd like to add more of the hexagons. The issue is because there's a set of dim hexagons, we kind of need to skip those. Okay. Kind of cool. Yeah, how do I guess, like, do I, like, add map gen or something? It does look kind of dumb when I do this. But it's mostly because they've got this extra bit underneath them. Actually, I could pad them to not, like, they'll still have the side bit, but they won't have the bottom bit, just by, like, cropping them properly when I import them. Like, if I made them exactly, maybe they won't line up. They should, because it's the way that they overlap. What is that, 10? Yeah, 10. We'll make them exactly 10 pixels shorter. Because they're still 40 in the middle, yeah. Alright, so they'll just look less dumb when I rotate them. So the basic map, we just have to import them as being only 66. And when do I import them? It's like down here. So they're 66, and then they've got adding some vec new 10 0 10. UVec. So I think 0, 10 should work, because I think offset is like how far in, and then padding is between each one. So like the idea is that offset is like how far from this corner, and then padding is like when I get to here, like how far do I skip to get to the next one. So I mean, it should work, maybe. I didn't even realize there were roads in the game. They must be used in a like specific spot or something. Hopefully this should work, because this is actually the size of the represented hexagon, and therefore like they should still all be perfectly lined up, as you can see. Yeah, so they're all still like perfectly lined up. I don't want to do map gen stuff just because it's interesting. Oh, we should add the rest of the hexagons just for the sake of making that fun. No, how do I want to go back? I probably want to put that into game, because like again, that's not really hexagon map related as much as it is like world gen related. So there's a crate called game, and then in here there's like a make game app. So this needs to like depend on Hexagons, which is like apparently /Hexagons. Like show. So I think the game, because like I think the lib also just runs the game, which means that I can just run it from here. Which means we can finally just use the assets in here. Lovely. Now I do kind of feel like I need to split the assets up. And no other reason than because having them all in the same folder is just stupid. But anyway, we can just copy like exactly the game, the pixels example. We just copy this. And we go to game. What's AC? Go to game. And be like paste. So make game app is where main would be. So we go copy this signature, paste it here. Delete that. Delete the second copy of in that. And then we use Bevy preload, and we come down here and we say, hey, don't run the game. Somehow I've broken something. Anyway, we're gonna get here, we're gonna go, I guess, go to Texels. You can go to its toml and grab the dev dependencies. Which lets us like basically run the game as we would want. Then we have to return game app. This. Right. So we need to like use Texels preload. Okay, so there's the make game app. I think we need public. We just better run the main app, I guess. It's not going to work because the assets are in a different spot. Yeah, I couldn't find the assets. But that's, we should just better change that to items. So Texels game. I actually feel like maybe we should just pop game up. Yeah, it makes much more sense to just paste this into main. Be like main and then app.run like that. You don't return anything, and then we go a. Let's cut that, and we go to neon. And we're going to Tom, and we go, hey, dependency. Alright, so you use texels, which would probably bring in the other thing, but anyway. Then you have nothing, yeah, and then nothing, cool. Alright, it's going to delete game. Okay, so this creates, and then that should work. Okay, so I should probably, you know, go to Git and go basic map hex map working. Okay, so when I hit run, yeah, apparently it doesn't like this because failed to load manifest item texels. So the path is different. It's /crates. And then we can go here and go run. Okay, so it doesn't like that because we have to update the thing, which I think I'm going to do in my own module. We're going to go like mod world gen. Okay, so we're going to go pub struct world gen plugin import plugin. World gen plugin. Now, maybe I make a different plugin, but I feel like it's just going to be easier. Just so it's our world gen plugin. I'm going to be like app.add plugin world gen plugin. Okay, so we're going to have like maybe a fn gen world, which is going to have a open world. And we're going to go pub enum open world request. So yeah, new new seed and load. Okay, so ta-da, and then we go hey on request on open world request, and then apparently you're not an event, so derive event. Okay, so I guess I don't know, we can do something with that maybe. So you go like and we go app.add observer open world. Right, so that's our world plugin. So we need like a mod camera. Hex camera. So the hex camera is just gonna get all this shit. So first off, like use Bevy prelude. Sure. I'll probably use Hexagons. And then we're gonna go plugin, camera, plugin, like that, and then we go deploy. Then we go app dot. We actually go back over here. We can cut them out of here and go. So these are all camera stuff. And we go app dot add plugins. Hex camera. Camera plugin. So we do that, which just adds all of this weird shit, and then we obviously don't need to spawn the test map in here. But morning, afternoon for me. But you know, hope you enjoy the stream. I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to continue. I'm getting to that point where I'm starting to not be able to focus, and I feel like it's just going to like slowly slip away. Right. So this is the spawning the test map, which is going into world gen. I guess no. The world gen should probably do its own. We should be like mod map. Right. And then map is probably the one that would have the yeah. Actually, just take all of this, please. Take all of this and then paste it all in here. And then we're like mod world gen. So create world gen, and then can we delete this world gen and then like delete it from the main, because world gen really falls under map, and then I want map to probably rename to mod and then moved into map. So right, you don't like that because yeah, you're not there. Let me go use Bevy prelude, like so. Okay, so we can request to open the world, and then that does an open world request, which can then call like world gen stuff, I guess. So thing is like, do we want to generate the entire world? Maybe. You need to use hexagons. Okay. Hexagon. Right, so we have to actually like do the map. So I want to like try and keep everything ripped out so I don't have to keep going over the stuff. So mod tiles. Then would be like pub struct tile. Okay, first off, use super. Just glob import super. Pub struct tile assets, which is sheet handle image, layout handle layout, and then indexes, and then we're going to go hello here. Resource. Implement that, get that, and then call that. Okay. So you're called tile assets, and then we're going to like pub use tile assets. Right. So this is a spawn test map. So we're going to work on a little bit about extra stuff. So first off, in map, inside map gen, somewhere, hex type. So we're going to come in here, in here, in map. I'm going to paste in like that, I think. In our iterator. So we need to like use strum macros in our iterator. Maybe. I don't think I need both. I think I just need this one to declare. If anything, like just strum macros. I mean, there's no reason I can't assign this, but I feel like it's smarter to not do that. Anyway, so you have a hash map. We're going to import the platform hash map. Right. You do that, and you take in the hex type, which is from super cool. Then you have this hex type. I don't know what you're playing about. So this is all RNG stuff that needs to be imported. Right, so spawning the test map, I guess, can probably go into world gen. So we'll make a little menu, I guess, so that we can click a button. The world gen and be like function spawn test map. So you need to like use super like that. And then you also are going to be the one that imports rand seedable and also strum iterator, iterator. And then also rand indexed random. Okay, so we come here, we say, hey, map gen plugin. Hex icons is its own beast. It probably needs to die. Yeah, it definitely needs to die. Alright. So hex icons can go. Thank you. You don't actually do anything. We init resources. Okay. So the world gen plugin needs to add the observer app dot add no, it's init resource tiles tile assets. Yep, tile assets and from world, we'll go around to that. So here we're going to go here, we're going to say, hey, can you have mute commands, and then we're going to go request new. Okay, open world request new. We're going to go commands dot system run system. Unregistered. Isn't there? I'm sure there's a register system. Run system with run system cached. Runs a cache system, registering it if necessary. Unlike run system, this method does not require manual registration. The first time this method is called for a particular system, it will register the system and store its system ID and cache system ID resource. Later, it would, if you would rather manage the system ID yourself or register multiple copies of the same system using register system limitations, methods only. This method only accepts ZST size systems to guarantee that no two systems of the same type. Guarantee that any two systems of the same type must be equal. This means that closures that capture the environment and function pointers are not accepted. If you want to access values from the environment within a system, consider parent with Gen, so it's world gen spawn test world. One seeded worlds not implemented. And then load, and then we just go one. Sure, just always just load a fucking okay. Request dot event. Okay, cool. So we don't do anything. Runs the test world each time. So tile assets doesn't have from world, so we go to tile assets and we go, hey, tile assets. So there's get. And then we're gonna go import from world for tile assets from world. Let asset server handles sheet load. Nope, it's items. Honestly, I feel like maybe we should do a little like mini script or something. Just as a like a mini like if you don't wanna, you know, if you wanna copy this without doing, I don't know. So this would be like FM main. If file don't mind this is completely unrelated. Use std fs. Okay, if fs file exists, rip. /assets /bbg dot is error I guess panic add game item right. Right. Let does not equal sum true, because apparently you can get sum false or something. Fine. If file system metadata is error, that is probably a smarter way of doing it. Okay, so then the next thing you're gonna do, so we're just gonna go like new folder, bbg, and then we just move you in there, and okay, so for this to work properly, when we run this, we need to go, hey, if I guess, no, sure. Const files. Equals. Wait, why did I make it an array of strings? No, just an array. And so we're going to say like UI. Tiles. Items. Fine. Yeah, just fuck you. Fuck you. That's why I make it an array. So for folder in name it a folders because it makes sense. Folders. Right, 4 folders in folders. fs creator /assets like that. So then when I run this, did it panic? Cannot create folders when it already exists, because it tried to make a UI. This returned the result. It shouldn't have panicked. Oh, because I'm calling unwrap. No, I don't even care. Just legitimately, like, just create them, please. Okay, cool. So it makes them, and then we're gonna go const tiles. Well, isn't there a naming scheme or something? So I can probably just rip them out by naming scheme. I forgot what they were actually called. It's kind of funny. We got crates and hexagons and assets. Okay. Hex sheet summer day. Okay, so check if user has ripped game assets. File. Okay, create folders for assets. So we're gonna go like maybe prefix. So like be like const tile prefix. So the thing with this is that it's more like this. But only because I want to make it slightly more expandable without having to fucking make it a pain in the ass. So they'd be like, let mute path equals std path assets. So this path is tiles. For entry in fs reader, and then the path is / assets / bbg / items. I think that's what it's called, right? Like if I actually go to the game files. No, it's called images. IMG. OST. IMG. Okay. IMG. Like so. So reader dot expect checked for checked for game. Okay, for entry in okay. If let okay, let file equal entry dot okay. So can we like print line found file? No, file dot file name dot toString velocity. I run this, so it's finding all the images. Okay, cool. Okay, so I want to go like maybe fn copy if see path there's this cow, isn't it? Cow. Dest is a stir. And prefix is also just a stir. I think I can use like a pattern or something, but anyway. Something like this. Let me go, okay. So if wait, no. Destination is a path. Path. Oh, wrong kind of path. So copy if. We go if path.contain. So P is a P pattern. P pattern. Damn it. Am I not allowed to use this at all? Damn it. Fine. I don't plan on making that versatile. I was just going to try and make it do it just for fun. Okay, so if path contains or not, so you're also a path, right? Like dir entry. I guess we should just make you dir entry. Right. Oh. So we go if file dot file name dot toString glossy dot prefix if let sum, well, I know it's not even let sum, it's let sum prefix equals this, name equals this, just return, and guard clause it out so we don't nest too deep. Alright, so let sum name equals file stream strip prefix else return. Right. We're going to return false, I guess, because there's no point continuing to check a file if it's already been moved. So can we also just say false? Just false at the bottom. Right. So what that's saying is if the name contains the prefix, I guess we want to, like, we've stripped the prefix out, so we could just go like std, why is this fs copy from file.path to dest.join name dot is okay. Name equals file name toString glossy, and then file name strip prefix. Why is this written in OS string? Okay. Insert that. So we get the name, we convert it to a fucking string, we strip the prefix out. Otherwise we return saying nope, and then you get here. Right, and then we say for file, we go copy if, oh, I guess it's like for prefix in let I guess it's not even that. It's, this comes in here. So oh yeah, no, for entry. So then we say I guess it's assets. And then we say path.push tiles. We go, hey, for prefix in tile prefixes, and we just pass in. So I think join. All right, we have to clone it here, I guess. And then you would just be a reference to this, because then you don't have to clone this. You do this. Go, hey, file. We're going to need to check multiple things, so we're going to go like this. So we're going, hey, for every file inside the image folder, if we can read it, we set the parts to tiles. We then iterate through all the tile prefixes, and then if file contains, so we give copy if file path prefix, and then break. I think we changed this to continue files. Right, so we go through, we go, hey, in the tiles folder, I think I have to go like this. I'm not entirely sure. The prefix in tiles prefix, we copy if file contains the prefix, and then if we do hit a copy, we skip to the next entry, because obviously you're not going to want to make multiple copies of the same file, even if it has multiple prefixes. And then we come down here and we say, okay. Let's say title prefixes is never used. The spell checker annoys me. What do you mean it's never used? If I run this, well, apparently it panics. That's something about pattern not being allowed. That would probably explain why it was saying it was never used. Did that work? No. So we're going to say copy if, and then we're going to panic copying. I just want to go like, hey, you know what? No. So my suspicion is it's not getting that far. So can we print line processing file? So it's processing all these files. So you're getting to here. So I want to go prefix. I think we might double dereference anyway. So it is saying hex sheet an awful lot. Do I have a space in front of it? No. Okay. Can we like print file name? So the file's already in there. There's two times. But let's say hex sheet. So what I want to know is, I guess if file name dot contains prefix. Wait, what? Prefix. So this is going to show me all the names that contain prefix. It's getting to the end. It's just not copying anything. So it's finding them all. So I guess the issue is, I guess, is it getting here? Yes, which means that it's probably just failing this, and we just say unwrap. why is it panicking? Not found. The system cannot find the path specified. What path? Presumably, this path. Can we print line tiles. Okay, yeah, that's probably not helpful. Who the fuck is pushing tiles onto it every single time? Oh. Right. Right. So you'd be like, let path. I guess we would need to do the idea of the path, I guess, is you go, hey, path. I don't remember needing to do that. We can just say the destination is /assets/tiles. Right, and then you take in a string. And then and then you copy format that to there. I guess we can direct to is okay. And we run this. Hey. Okay, so we can go to the print lines. Okay, hey, so it now automatically extracts the tiles. The other item is we could automatically extract items, because like, so I don't know what A means. I'm assuming it's equip, because there's like definitely one that's like ITM or something. I am. So since all the 2x are at the bottom, so it's ITM. Are the 2x's also ITM? Probably. Okay, so I don't care about this. Go back to my weird ass example. What is it? Const ITM prefixes, which is not item sheet, is ITM. And also 2x underscore ITM. Okay. No, it's x2 ITM. Find another one, please. ITM, x2 ITM. Alright, so then when I go, hey, run this, please. It's gonna like strip out all the items, right? Oh, we didn't change the path, but you know. For prefix and item prefix. So, yeah. Tiles, items. Okay. That is definitely a better way of doing it. Just pass a string around and. Hey. Now, some of these somehow arrow through slot. Unsure how exactly. Do they start with ITM? Like ITM-A arrow? Why are these called okay, whatever. The answer is fuck you. For some reason, they're like items that are stuck in you have their own thing. Not the A are, but yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 So what this feels like to me is we should probably be going and blacklisting certain things, like stored is fine, like one and slot. Interesting. Hello, welcome. I'm just building a little asset stripper so that it like automatically strips assets from the game if you're curious what I'm up to. So you can like paste the game files here and then run this script and it'll just like automatically strip them all out and put them into the assets folder in the right names. Mostly so that like it's not a real pain for me each time, and I could theoretically release this because I'm not actually releasing the assets anymore. I'd just be releasing the ability to create the assets. And we want to like black. I guess we should be like fn black list. Blacklisted, which is going to take in file dir let's just give it name. Honestly, since we just moved the name, we don't even need to give it the entry. Just give it the fucking path. Just gonna say you taking a path. You taking a path, and I guess list. And you just say let file name. No, it's not. It's not a. It's a if list it at any file name dot contains. It doesn't even know what they are. Right, we have to import. So fucking dumb. Oh. Else. Return false. Right. So this returns false, and then we have the file name, which is file name string to this. And fucking wait, what? This just returns cow no matter what. Right. Let name equal. And then we just say name starts with no, it's just name dot contains. Right. If blacklisted. So what file needs a path, so it's file.path. Surely this just returns. Get path equal file.path. Path. Alright, then we pass in list. But where are we getting list from? So we're going to pass in like item black. List. Brick. So the idea is like if it's in the item blacklist, then we just kick out of the items. So item blacklist is blocked item 1. No, it's anything that has the word, was it slot? Slot. And what's the other word? Like worn or something. Worn. Book. Bottle. Broken. Yeah, so worn held. Held's another one. Maybe. Yeah, no, I think held is the other one. Like held. Held, worn, held, box, cart, full, campfire, on, off, pants, black, dode. Kind of interesting. Anyway, and the other one is held. Right, so then we go up here and we say, hey, can we delete the items folder? And then run this again, and it should like strip everything out without, I think it's called .path. Right, then we just pass the in file. Let's try this now. Okay. And that felt like it took a really long time. I just don't think it just took ages to start. So, what the fuck is receiver? Scope, strap, stored, shotgun stored, strap, revolver pistol. Annoyingly, it won't let me look. So if I just open this up, I guess in here. So how the hell are we getting these items? Okay, so ENC. I guess ENC is indicative of its encounter. Lit stock. I got large icons on. Extra large icons. So effectively what we're looking for is anything that looks like it would like easily be filtered out. By like a keyword. So this on, off, open, yeah, it's all fine. On, off, open, on, locked. Resource is probably another thing that probably shouldn't be in here. Encounter panel, scavenge power, ice slab. So once the encounter stuff stripped out, it's going to be like really like reduced the amount of shit in here. Sword, flashlight, floor, ink, skill. Skill's another one. Okay, so resource and skill, and apparently floor. Alright. So again, delete. Go back into I'm curious if GUI sell, or like if GUI stuff's all in there as well. But again, the idea is like if we go in, it's really easy to like find big chunks of the same stuff. Like again, real and explorer, and be like, what are the odds that we're gonna find a big pile of like? So there's lots of clothes. If I sort by name, it's more likely that we'll find so there's open and closed backpacks. There's all these corpses and stuff. These look like buildings. Scavenge. So we should probably be adding. I guess that's the advantage of this is as I'm blacklisting certain words. I also know what words to look for in terms of to find it later. Like scavenge. I know that like when I want to find the icons, it's scavenge. So shirt black, sewed. These you have to keep track of the list because there's like shirt black, shirt grey, shirt, shorts, like the stored is like the indicator that it's the other way, whereas if it was like worn, I could get rid of it. Yeah, shoe sole, squirrel tunic, stored. SW. They're like scripts. So it's interesting. SW. Okay, so there's torches, tents. I feel like I'm missing a bunch of items. I feel like there's more items in the game, but anyway. We should probably also, you know, like, whoops. Squirrel glove. Marquee blue. Okay. I'm gonna call that good enough. Whoops. Well, here's the interesting thing is because annoyingly the items are getting caught by the blacklist because I don't in my item list. But like a bunch of the items would need to sift out both. And because of how the blacklisting works. Anyway. Interesting. Anyway, let's like commit that and be like added asset script They did a whole bunch of other stuff too, but gotta commit at some point just to make sure that I don't lose my progress. So the tile assets from the from world, and then we have the hex tiles and iterator, and no validated name iterator. So to do this, we have to go strum iterator. Okay, and then I think that's basically everything's back to the way it was. I think we can get rid of enumerate. Because I think, well, actually, with the way that this works, we can just not do that. I'm just going to assign them IDs, like, manually. So we just get rid of that, and then the way that this works is we go simple get. So instead of being like, hey, self.layout, so self.layout decline, the index is you don't even need to do that. You just say you return both. There's no option. You just will always return both. And then you say self dot sheet dot clone and texture atlas, and then like that. Because then you can change how this works later. But at the moment it's 1 or 0. But, I mean, technically I don't actually do 0. It's the wall, which is currently equal to 12, equals 12. And then the next one, what equals, like, we're going to skip a bunch. Okay, items go away, tiles. So then there's, I don't know what these would be called. So, I can open them on my other monitor so I can, like, constantly have them while I read instead of having to tab back and forth. Tiles. It apparently did not work. Pull this over here. Thank you. Yeah. So go back here and we go tiles and then hex type. Okay, so we have a slum that equals. So if you're 12, there's 13 of them, so it would be 25, maybe. 13 times 2 minus 1, yeah, 25. Right, so there's slum, and then we have I don't know, it looks like some kind of slum. I guess it's sea containers. Slum warehouse. Apparently that's not spelled correctly. Warehouse. So I don't think I need to reset the numbering, because once you skip something, it's like, okay, cool. Then it keeps going. Okay, so this is so we had ruin. This is a ruined city. Well, I guess this would be city ruins, and then this would be I don't know, it's like a single building. Building ruined building ruins castle entrance wall I think it's actually Detroit anyway. Was it DMC? So okay, this is castle wall. Zero. So okay, so number the hexagons. Well, no, it would be 3, 6, and then this one would be maybe I don't know. No, so that would be 1. So it'd be 2, 5. So you're 2, 5, and then your castle wall 1, 3, and then your castle wall. Actually, you have no idea where you're supposed to be. In castle in interior, maybe. Alt. Okay, so then there's a road. 6. So 2, 6, 2, 6. Then this would be road 3, 5. This is road 3, 6. Then there's road 2, 5. So this is spring. I guess we'll call it hill spring. I'll show you what they look like later when I. Yeah. Then we have to skip another. So You're 37, so that means that this is swamp. And swamp equals, so if you're 37, it's over 37 plus 13. And then this is lake. And then we can hover over you and be like, okay, so you're 50. 50. So you're lake, and then you're black swamp. Then this is Zom. Dense. Wait, forest. Dense. Hill. Broken? I don't know. Fairground. That is camp. Barracks. Barracks. Barracks? I don't know how to spell that. Lab. I will call it power plant. Power plant. Plane. In both ways. For some reason it's like, I think it's a duplicate. They probably just had extra items. Maybe it's... And then there's like, I don't know, maybe snow. Snow. Alt. I actually don't know what they're supposed to be. I'll bring the picture back. So we got slum warehouse. This is like that building, I just don't know what to call it. And then there's a castle gate, and then the castle. I think this is supposed to be connecting somewhere, but I can't really work out where the wall is supposed to be. I think it's maybe across here. The idea is I think they all clip together on the map, like if you go there in the game. Then this is like the internal stuff where it's like not against a wall. Then we have the roads, and I've just specified like, so this being one, basically what edges they connect. And there's a hill with a spring, swamp, lake, black swamp. That's Zom, dense forest, a hill with a hole, broken or whatever I said. That's the fairground, camp, barracks, lab. More grass. I think it's exactly the same as this one, so I think this is just like a duplicate, like they had extra space maybe. Not sure. Anyway. Okay, so we have like all of these weird things, and we can spawn the map. And now when we spawn the map, if the map can come up with like any of them. So you don't need to be some, you can just literally be like, hey, give me the hexagon. So you fetch the hexagon and you spawn the hexagon cell. That's how we spawn the map. I don't know how I'm going to do the map. I want to do probably something along the lines of like waveform collapse style, like spawn a thing and then like it has a maybe like a there's a, I don't remember what it's called, like a propagating one, not like so waveform collapse is like every cell can be anything, which I guess would work. But like I want it to be like when a city spawns in, it increases the odds of the next block being a city, which I guess is waveform collapse if you do it right. Path not found. Yeah, okay. So now the only thing left to do is to make sure we actually point things in the right place to have the map render. So this is the extractor game. The world gen, no, it's tiles, and then the tile assets, and then you go here and you say this is tiles / summer day .png, and then you run, because there's a night version, so the dusk, morning, and then night versions. Okay, now why is it not working? Because I don't think I fire the spacebar on the map thing. All right, so I guess we make a little UI because it seems like kind of fun, I guess. Okay, so we're gonna go like here, and go Bevy, and we're gonna go version equals 0.8 default features. Don't turn off the default features. Features equals Bevy experimental Bevy feathers, and then again the AI decided to turn off the fucking default shit. Okay, so we're gonna go main. We're gonna go like mod UI. Mod menu. These are also things that I feel like should have their own like crate that I should make, because menus are a bitch to set up all the scaffolding for. Like they're perfectly fine once you've built them, but use Bevy prelude. They're just annoying to do. Pub struct menu builder. So you need to do stuff, and then you do stuff, and then you derive system param. Okay, this is a menu builder, so it needs commands. I want to say stack. Which is then going to be pub struct res menu stack, which I think is just going to be a menus and then like vec entity. Not entirely sure how that's going to work. So then you have stack, and then you have res mute menu stack. So you derive a resource, and then we are like import menu stack. Current, which then returns self. Option entity, yeah, last. Great. All right. It's like a hash mappy kind of thing to like let you sort of cache memories, cache like menus. So the menu builder, can be like import menu builder pub net spawn menu. Actually, why don't we go hey menu, so menu stack. We're gonna go like menus. It's gonna be a hash map. And it's gonna be cow static stir entity, and then I guess top, which is option entity. So you're just gonna say top, yeah, cool. So I guess you could say open menu, and then you say mute self. Name needs to import into cow. And then this is going to return like a boolean. It's going to go something like open menu returns true if the menu was created. False if it was already open. I don't know, that seems like a terrible way of doing it. No, open menu, and it should just option empty, and it says, hey, let name cow into if let some entity stack menu get stacked up. No, it's gonna be like as ref stir. P as ref and then you'd be like if let some you take in P and then stack.top equals some menu and then some menu. Right. So it's opening a menu. Pub create menu. I guess we'll call it new menu. New menu. New menu. Mute self name import into cow texture. Okay, let name into let entity self commands spawn node default self stack.insert and then okay. We need to be like pub struct menu. Okay, wait, let's rename this. Menu manager, and this takes in W and S. If I could get away with it, I would, but like W and S. I think we need to do this to be able to do the next bit. Maybe not. Maybe we can do this, and the system parameter thing will just like leave me alone. Obstruct menu builder. Right. So the menu builder annoyingly had to take in an A, and that's because it has commands. Okay. You're getting away with just not lifetiming anything, which is fine. But the menu builder needs like I guess like target. Okay, and then like impl. It's like look at root. Then we import, yeah, like dash. We're gonna just like just menu builder. No, that's not how you work. Label, which just takes self text. I think string is what it needs. Text. So we do like a label and space. I don't know if we can do spaces because issue with a spacer is that like it depends on a bunch of other shit. We could do that, but anyway, we're gonna go like horizontal, which self menu builder. So we go let entity self command spawn new horizontal default. That might be fine. And then we'll see if it does something different for vertical. No, so it's still doing nodes. So flex direction row, and then your flex direction is columns. I mean that should theoretically work, maybe. I don't know. So we can new menu it. You should return a menu builder. Like that. I think this is going to yell at me as soon as I do anything that like triggers that it's fucking lifetimes. And yeah, right. WS. So it was just not like realizing that I was using things that needed lifetimes. Cannot borrow immediately as it's also. Okay, well, can you clone it then? Dot cloned. I actually feel like open should, well, no, open's different. Open, new menu. So open, they should do something, but it's going to set it open rather than like some new menu would actually make a new menu, then give me the menu builder. And then W and S. And then we want to say, hey, you outlive W plus S in this particular context, and then it has W and S. Lifetime promo is never trained. Ooh, okay. Fine. You can look at WS. You don't actually have a reference to anything, which is kind of fun, which is, you know. Wait, no. You are just generic. Because I think that fixes a lot of my stuff. Is that like I basically say to the compiler, you're allowed to pick whatever fucking lifetime makes it work. dot reborrow. Ta-da! Okay, and then again, you're also reborrowed. Right, so menu. So we go back to UI and we go, hey, pub, no, mod main menu. We're gonna go like pub struct UI plugin. Sure. No, we're gonna go app.add system startup spawn main menu. We have to go up here and be like use Bevy preload. Okay, so main menu spawn main menu. Right, and then we need to be like pub use menu menu manager. Okay, so we want to go into main menu, whatever that happens to be. We want to go pub spawn main menu, which is then going to be a mute menu manager. Menu manager. And then we say menu manager dot new menu main menu dot label main menu. Okay. Go back to main and we go, hey, can we like app dot add plugins UI? That's nice for UI plugin. Didn't like that for some reason. Oh, fuck. Why? It's me. That's why you couldn't fucking confirm it. I'm so sick of this shit. And now I can't get to do it. I gotta like modify something so that it recompiles and then it goes, oh, never mind. Fine. So we have a label and then we're gonna like pub button. We have to add the feather stuff as well, don't we? Button. So text, and then the button does nothing. The button just, yeah, text. Right. So you and your job is to add plugins, Bevy, feathers plugins, like so. Because that should let us style things much more easily. Okay, something like that. I probably haven't spawned something yet. Called unwrap on none. Resource does not exist. Yes. Okay. App.init resource menu stack. And then you're going to tell me it doesn't implement from world, and then when it's a hey menu stack, you just have default. Okay, so the main menu appeared over here. Okay. So the new menu bit, the main menu. So new menu, I think new menu, we need to be like, so you spawn self command. So a new menu is going to go like margin UI rect all auto. Okay. I feel like that's what a new menu can do. Hmm. The label just does text. I feel like I want to make it so that you can like pass in a bundle, but I also don't want it to make like it really annoying. Hmm. I want to say something like maybe update. So you're like menu, and then we want to go node, and be like node node dot width equals alright, so we should probably so we go to here and we go update node. Self, and then this is f where f in once node. Oh, okay, and then it's going to go something like self dot commands dot q world dot get mute self dot root. Alright, so we get this and we say, hey, let node equal Yeah, you're at. Let some node equal. Else return. We're gonna go error. Attempted to update node for menu entity, but it does not exist. Right, so now we have the node. I guess you take in mute node then. Get mute node. Move. Okay, so now you can call update node, and update node will and then we say, hey, your width is not 100%. Go v vmax. I guess it's vmin. Make the width 60% of the smaller size and node dot height. Other way. %, 30, 60. Alright, that should maybe, but I feel like the menus will need to do like stuff, so we get like menu, a new menu, where a new menu was. I want to go like the menu alert, so you spawn this in, you spawn the node in, you spawn the node in, and we go here, and we go styles. What it was like Bevy feathers theme token back. Slide a window background. So I think it was it must be Bevy feathers background. Theme background color, and then window background, like that. I think that's how I do it. And then we go back to main, and we're gonna run. We go, hey, is this gonna work? Hey, except it's 404 color because I forgot to go in here and be like, hey, feathers plugin. I need to have like app.add insert resource Bevy feathers theme UI theme Bevy feathers dark theme, create dark theme. Right. Mm-hmm. So what I want to also do, I guess, is like to make the menu stuff feel like really kind of much more organic, is to go here and be like, when we add something, I want the menu builder to have like root and also last. Entity. So when you're new, the root and last should also be the same thing. Maybe, yeah. I feel like root and last need to be their own thing because they do different stuff. So, and then when we say update, I'm gonna say maybe update component. Then we're gonna go. You just take in C, right? Where C. And we go where C is component. C. Delete. Table? Something like that, maybe. Self commands entity and root. Nope, last. So when we make a vertical, yep. Right, but when we make it like when we do a label, we go self. Okay, wait, we should do spawn on self. Like we are like pub spawn, which takes in self and bundle, and then it says, hey, entity command spawn components, ID, and then self root add. No, you can just do this. Child of self.root, and then self.last is entity. Self. Right, because that, in theory, lets us get like away with a lot more stuff of being like just call spawn. So when you spawn this thing, it'll do like all the stuff it needs to do to set itself up, but also like bookkeep for you as well. So we're gonna say update component node. Right, so that updates node, but we also want to be like, when we spawn this label, we like, insert component. Justify text something, text layout, maybe. Yeah, justify. Yeah. Cool. Justify center. Then it's update mute node actually no, I think the node doesn't do anything. We'd want to do like this, and then when we insert this we also want to send font, like text font, and then like font size, like 30 I guess, and then like default. Right, add component. It should be B, where B is bundle. B, where B is bundle. Okay, so we can make the font bigger, which means when we run this, we should end up with like a nice menu, I guess. Well, it's just text. It says main, I think. But we definitely have like an interesting menu thing. Ta-da! It's not actually justifying the menu, which is annoying. Why are you not justifying the menu? So when we spawn the label, we call spawn on the label, and then when we insert these, we go last, we insert the commands. So I think it has them. I think it's not doing them properly. I don't know. Maybe it is. I don't know. We'll investigate that further in a second. So button. Observe. There's a thing you can do, and it's annoying me now that I don't remember. So it's like self dot commands dot entity self dot last dot observe, and then import import into observer. So we would need to take in EBM, EBM, and then what does it say? So it's, you need it to be E is an event and B is bundle, and E is entity event. Okay. So we would want a button play dot observe on use Bevy feathers. No, is it Bevy UI widget? Activate. Then I want you to use super. So on I'm very confused. Alright, whatever. Weird. Play button. Okay, I don't know why I can't use super. Anyway. Commands. Right, this is going to use Bevy prelude, please. Okay, bring in activate. And then we go commands dot trigger spawn crate map open world request no. I guess when I run this, we find out if it does what I think it's going to do. So we do need to go, hey, flex, node.flex direction with columns. So I don't know why I can't click this button. Oh, we have to call it a widget, but that's why. So button, we need to go button. Okay, button properties. Overrides, there's no overrides, and then the children is text. No text. Button properties is there's something in it. We're gonna go up here. We're gonna go getting Bevy feathers controls. Bring that in. Right, button properties. So corners. It's button. No, that's variant. Button variant. Primary. What do you want? You want rounded corners. Round all. Text. Return a bundle, don't you? I'm out. That worked. I think this needs to trigger a like commands trigger. We could probably just go here and be like menu. We're going to the menu manager and we're just going to like add close, and then I'm going to call that for tonight because this is like my brain is just getting slow. Close menu. If let's despawn stack remove close menu. Ta-da! All right. I'm gonna say that is working for tonight and call it for the day. Thank you for tuning in. I will see you next time. Added menu. Ba-ba-bum-bum-bum.